Hey everyone, Meteorologist Aaron Tuttle here with you. Just got in, stuck in traffic, of course. So we're gonna do a live update on the tornadic situation, what's happening out there in western Oklahoma. So I know we've had a couple of tornado warned storms. So I shall load up the equipment and we'll get you caught up. So thanks for joining me. Make sure you let your friends and family know that they can tune in for some live coverage. All right, so the big picture is we still have a severe thunderstorm watch across the western parts of Oklahoma. It does come in just to the west side of the metro. And storms have continued up here from northern Oklahoma along a dry line that formed. It stretches on into Kansas and then back out here just to the west, like I said, of the metro. And there's several storms at first that kind of bubbled up. And then now we're kind of dwindling down to just, it looks like a couple is going to hang in there for a little while longer before then those diminish as we get closer and closer to about 8 o'clock. But until then, we're going to have some pretty rough go of it as far as just some hail and some wind. And then we'll see if there's going to be any additional tornadic activity. As far as what the radar looked like, the reflectivity or the velocity couplets with them were very small, very weak. But the hail size has been very, very large. There's been baseball size. There's tennis ball size, 2.5 inches. So some of those have been some pretty big hailstorms. So what we're going to do is, let's see the latest on this particular warning out here. It's our one lone warning, looks like still in effect. Get the update on this. Let's see here. So a few minutes ago, an update remains in effect for the tornado warning until 6:30 for northeastern Kiowa County. Storm capable of producing a tornado located 5 miles north of Roosevelt, moving east at 10 miles per hour. Tornado in 2-inch size diameter hail. All right, so we're going to take a look at this, do a little analysis on it. All right, so still got to help the updraft region. This back end here, kind of the western fringe, still has a nice little couplet there. Right. So the latest locations just south of Babs by about a mile on North Road 2220 and East Road 1440. So that's in Babs, which is south of Hobart. Let's see, this storm up here, nothing on that one, and I'll have to switch radar, so I'll load another one to go up there. And we'll load this one as well. So the shear here in the atmosphere, we have a nice southerly flow that turns into a southwesterly flow around 7,000 feet. So pretty good direction. It's about 60 degrees of turning. And the wind speeds are up around around 25 to 35 miles per hour. So we got some pretty decent shear for some pretty large storms that hang in there for a little while longer until the sun starts to set. All right, I'm gonna load up a couple of other views so we can make sure we get nice and close. Okay, so another view from a different radar on this one. Yeah, it's definitely gone through a weakening phase as far as the tornado genesis is concerned. All right, so keep an eye on that one, and then I'll take a look at that one up in northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. There is a tornado warning in southern Kansas, over here in Douglas. That one was just issued, just south of Gordon. Warning on that one for Butler County, and storm capable of producing a tornado located near Douglas, moving northeast at 35. So you guys in that area near Rosalia need to be in your shelters for that one. All right, let's go back here into southern Oklahoma. So the Jefferson one, just a heavy thunderstorm, lightning, heavy rainfall. Nothing tornadic in that one. And then a close-up view of this guy again. It's fine as well. So that's good. I will switch up here to the Wichita radar, though, for a minute, so we can look at that one a little better. And that'll also cover northern Oklahoma. Okay. Yeah, I just had a little brief weak rotation with it. Probability of a tornado was it pretty low? Not 9%. So this one down here, same idea. It's got a little broad circulation with it around Oxford. Let's see, anyone else? This guy's on the boundary a little bit. Norwich, there's a little circulation with that one. Those are all really tiny and they're very weak, but those are little areas to watch for intensification. They're in southern Kansas. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna restart that whole program. I didn't like the way it loaded. This one just got a lot of really healthy mid-level shear with it. Mesocyclone is very strong. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So again, if you're around the Babs area, just stay in your shelters because that thing's not really moving anywhere. You probably just have a wall cloud sitting right on top of you. Not a lot of movement. Actually, I'm seeing it live on a chaser feed, and yeah, there's not a lot of movement with it right now. It's good.
It's outside of Carnegie. I'll be on that storm. Hey, brother, I'm about 40 minutes outside of Carnegie. I'll be on that storm. Hey, brother, I'm about 40 minutes outside of Carnegie. I'll be on that storm.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it. All right. That's one of my chasers. Let me see what Russ said.
Hey, AT, I will be out in the field tomorrow. If I see anything, I'll...
Hey, dude, I got a hell of a lowering outside my house. Hey, Aaron,
Okay. No, that was yesterday's messages. Or was it yesterday or the day before? I lost track. Okay. Let's see here. Man, the wind speeds on this just continue to go up. What are these values? Let's go over here and find out. All right. yeah, close to 80 miles per hour on the velocity data for the inbound. And the storm relative, let's try that one. That's up around 50 outbound and 60 inbound. So the difference between the fact that it's a large area apart, so that's your mesocyclone, if the numbers in here were to be that strong, then you would have your tornado, because that's within a 1 mile radius. But right here, this is within a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mile distance. So we'll just sit here and kind of watch this and see if it tightens up any. Location of this, by the way, where this is. Let's do this. Right here, probably the middle part of that mesocyclone is East Road 1430 and 2190, right off of 183, just south of Hobart, right over the town of Babs. See if there's any other markers there. Don't see any. Okay. So we'll sit here if it tries to intensify. So we have a southeast wind feeding into this, gusting up to 25 miles per hour. In addition to that bad wind profile we looked at, that takes that shear vector of 60 degrees and makes it 90 degrees of turning. So that's why those storms are rotating so much better today. It looks so much healthier. They're not moving much though. All right. Photograph still looks favorable here in central Oklahoma and in southern Oklahoma. And northern Oklahoma. All right, probability. Now they should be small tornadoes, by the way. So the probability of an EF0, EF1 is 37% in this environment, where this particular storm is we're watching. It checks, let's see, does it check all the boxes? STP, SCP is actually above, adequate. So as far as lower end tornadoes, it does check the environmental boxes and past events. For a significant tornado, however, you can do it. Come on. Maybe you can't do it. There hasn't been any significant cases. Insufficient. I was like, why did they not show me anything? Well, because we haven't had anything in this environment that would ever produce a significant tornado. So that's good news. So that means if you had to have a tornado, have it be a small one, right? All right, and then we can look at our tornado probability index and look at some of the parameters here. It does kind of favor this little area of the state, and also up here where there are currently some tornadoes ongoing, or at least warnings in southern Kansas. We can look at a few more. Do the 1 kilometer shear, same idea up here in northern Oklahoma, and also this little spot here west of the metro. And for tilting and stretching, same idea. So pretty much every little parameter algorithm that we have for favorable environment for tornadoes is in the same spot, so we're kind of anchored in. So it's not moving anywhere, it's not changing any. And then each one has a little different value it assigns So bottom line is they're all pretty much very, very similar. All right, let's go back to the radar. Okay, so there's actually two circulation centers, one here on the main end and then one back here on the left end. I'm about to go look at another view of that. Let's see. It's almost like this Cambridge section is anchored to something, just not really moving much. But there's little baby circulation there, just in general terms. And then this out here in Babs, this one kind of gusted out. Looks like the RFD came out. So with that in mind, it may not tornado again, and or if it does, it's going to take a while to get reorganized. So you can see actually, yeah, I'll tell you what. So this little fine line you see here, so this is some little surface boundary that this was anchored to there for a minute, and then this guy part here looks like an RFD come out just a little bit here in the velocity data. That's a rear flank downdraft, and that cuts off the inner circulation for the tornadic part of the storm, so that weakens that part of it. All right, big hail in this thing though. Let me go take a look at that. Let's see, we're at the Frederick. Let's go see what this looks like. All right, we are at 60,000 feet. That is a tall thunderstorm. Now the biggest hail cores looks like they're done. The little purples down here at the bottom. So it's not holding any significant hail aloft at this point. Let me see if it. Oh, it did. It dropped it. Okay, so let's do this, and I'll show it to you. So we'll have this up for the hail. I'll have to lessen the size so you can see it. So this was the hail core held aloft a few minutes ago. Here's the next frame, still held aloft, and then the next frame after that starts to come down, and then that's it. So that's what was up here coming down. So that's again a sign that the overall updraft of the storm has weakened compared to what it was earlier, because it's allowing that larger hail stone size to come down to the surface. See anything else? Let's take a look. So this guy here, he's our updraft region, circulation center. This is where the mesocyclone is in the storm. And then if it was rotating enough and stronger, you would get your wall cloud, which is underneath it, to produce the tornado. This is a little wall cloud icon report, which means somebody saw a wall cloud, but I saw one on one of the chaser feeds. Let's see. Probability of a tornado on the algorithms is this thing working for me? No, I know why, because this thing's still up. There we go. 329, a few minutes ago. 4% on the scale, probability scale. I'm going to let this thing go all the way back. I'm going to watch it in fluid motion here. Yeah, there's a brief little spin there. Right there. And then that broadened out at that point. There was a little guy up here, a little anticyclonic, I think, for a brief minute. All right. And these algorithms, probability of a tornado, when that did happen, was around 18%. So it jumped from 2 to 18 to 26. So that's when it was the strongest. Okay, good to know. All right, so location hasn't really changed much. It's on the east side of 183 on 220, and looks like 1430. East side of Babs is the center part. And then this is a little eddy up here, just south of Highway 9 on Road 1390 and 2140. Just a little weak, little eddy in the storm. All right, let's go. Let me check that storm up there in northern Oklahoma, and we'll see if it's done anything different. So still a little guy, hail about an inch. These ones here in southern Kansas have behaved. This one's got a little rotation with it. It's one in Douglas. This little ball here, it's a little hook echo on the bottom end of it, but non-tornadic at this point. And then this guy's got a little rotation too, but nothing strong. So when I say rotation, it just means that the storm is rotating, not tornadic. So the rotation doesn't mean tornado. If you're new to Oklahoma and you hear that word, almost every storm in the spring will rotate, almost on any given day. That just means that the mid-levels spin. Okay, so keep an eye on those up there in Kansas. So big storms up there. The probability of the tornado on that one's 30% actually. That one's actually intensified a little bit and has gotten a little bit better on the gate-to-gate side. So they may pull a trigger and issue a tornado warning on that one. It does have a rotation product with it. Probability of a tornado is up to 39% now. So location on this one is between Oxford and Akron, south of Udall, or Udall, however you'd say that, 31st Road and 122nd Road. So if you're in that area in Kansas, be advised you probably have a developing tornado there, north of Winfield. And my guess is it's not moving a whole lot. Nope, to the east, just a slight drift to the east, it looks like. So if you live in that region, it's a slow mover. Take a look at this guy up here as well. Canton. Little hail in that one. So these are just little hailers. Like I said, this one's a little hailer. Alright, so for Oklahoma, then the only really storm is this one. And I'd give you a time of arrival, but it's not really moving, so there's really no time to arrive. Says it's moving east at a whopping 17 miles per hour. And it's probably not even moving that fast. just sitting there and spinning around. Hail size up to 2.5 inches on the algorithms. So basically the circulation is right near 183. Oh, that's messy. That's some messy data. Let's go over here and see if this is better. Separate circulation up here. Probability of a tornado is 24% for the whole storm. So it looks like the storm is trying to reorganize and intensify. So there's actually two areas of, it's like a joining storm, and there's actually two little updraft areas. But the one here in Babs is the one that we're focused on for now. So this little spot here, we'll see if that intensifies any. Kind of gusted back out in that last frame. So still outflow dominant. It does have a southeast wind, but because it's not really moving much, you can't really take advantage of that southeast wind too much to keep that RFD at bay. All right, we'll just sit here and watch it. It's a pretty storm though. It's got good structure with it. Look at that one in Kansas again real quick. Oh, they put a tornado warning on it. So let me see, it's about where probably still where I left it. The street, yeah, 31st and 112th. So just northeast of that little intersection to 41st. So drifting toward Akron. Probability of a tornado is at 69%. So be in your shelters for that one. The latest on that is for northwestern Cali County till 7:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado located near Oxford, moving northeast at 15. Winfield City Lake is also a location in the path of the storm. And I think that's the only one out of that cluster, that big mess of storms up here. Yep, it's the only one right now to be concerned with. It's not really moving, so if you live out here, let's see, matter of fact, where is out here? Let's take a peek. Out here is out here, so nobody lives there. So it's spinning around over this little pond and these little trees and this little pond and this empty cow pasture. It's a good place for it. All right, so we'll go back in Oklahoma and we'll check out our one lone storm down here. Still looks the same. I don't see any significant change. Probability of tornadoes at 9%. So let's use this as a teaching experience for you guys. I keep doing that to you. It's got a pretty good hook on it now. Look at that. Nice little debris ball. It's not aligned properly. It was there for a second. See that little structure right here? Like it was starting to get a little better. And then it became this little snaky looking thing here at the bottom. So when you say that on reflectivity, it means that the storm is not in a tornado producing mode. It has to do a little bit better than that to get there. So in other words, this look has to wrap around to be in this position. That can then go up. Anytime it looks like this, it's a no-go. And you just kind of sit there and watch it and see if it does it. And it may never do it, or it may take forever to do it, or depends on the environment. But that's what we'd watch for. And there's really no storm track time of arrival, because what you see is what you get. Wherever you are in this storm is what you're going to get for the next 15, 20 minutes. Let's see. These guys down here in Texas. Oh, big hailstorm down here. All this purple. So let me see. Speaking of purple, let's see what this looks like aloft again. So still 60,000 feet. And that hail core that was purple looks like it has not regenerated. So therefore, this storm is still at a weaker elevated state than what it was when I first got on. So it dropped a big chunk of its large hail, and then the updraft isn't strong enough to make it bigger again. So you can always use that as a sign of intensity. And it still has 2 updrafts, and that might be why it's having trouble, because the storm is split. It has a split personality issue going on here. You have the one updraft here, the original, and then you have this other one right here. And so neither one are dominant. The storm divided is a storm that's not producing a tornado. How about that? So we'll just see if the southern one, I would imagine, would be the one that would take over. It's got the best inflow, and that's partially the reason why this one probably never will, even if it has a little rotation center. It's because of the vector of inflow for these winds to feed into the storm is coming in this fashion. So if you have a southeast wind, right, that goes into this updraft, it's all this rain-cooled air. It's stable, so it would prevent this from tornadoing. So you'd kind of wait and see. This thing can, like I said, can get more of this appearance to it. Okay, so what I was going to tell you, let's see, what day is today? Tuesday. So yesterday, told you there'd be some storms today, wind, hail, could be a couple tornadoes. Storm Prediction Center didn't have any storms at all for Oklahoma yesterday. They had them in Kansas and Nebraska. And then I said they'll change that. And they almost changed it. They did change it, sort of, not really. They dropped it down or into like northwest Oklahoma, barely. And then they said, we're not convinced. So they didn't increase the risk. And then when storms did develop, they said, we're not impressed. No watch. We don't think these will mount to anything. Will die out. And then an hour later, the severe thunderstorm watch goes up, and you have 4 or 5 warnings all at once. And then you end up with a tornado warning. Then you end up with 2 tornado warnings. So let that be a learning experience, learning lesson for you. All right. They're just human. They will make mistakes, like all of us will, including me. But the point is, you don't always have tons of warning and lead time in advancement, right? And then if you're watching any weather people and all they do is regurgitate the Storm Prediction Center and or National Weather Service in that case, however that was done, and they didn't say what was going to happen today, well, then you can read between the lines on that one. I thought it was a classic setup for what's usually kind of a late season atmosphere for us, kind of a early June, where our wind shear is still decent, but it's not overly strong, and you get basically just subtle storms that break off the dry line, and they kind of struggle sometimes to produce a tornado. So we get those a lot. That's more what we get than what we had like on Saturday, for example. All right. So at one point, the track was kind of like this, then it was this, and now it's this. But the movement hasn't really changed. It's still sitting right at the same intersection. So basically just 2 miles southeast of Babs. Hail size still maybe up to around 3 inches in diameter, although we looked aloft and I didn't see any of those high reflectivity values to indicate that. Let me see what probability of severe hail looks like. Let's see, this is around, yeah, it's not impressive at all. Just an inch in size. So, yeah, the hail size and intensity has really come down. It's got that more of a better hook appearance though, which means it's finally getting some inflow and organizing a little bit better. Probability of a tornado is at 5%. So very, very low. Okay, what else we got? This guy doing anything? About an inch size hail. Does have a little weak rotation center on the left of it. And here. What about these guys down here? Tipton. So there's some little hailstorms down here, northwest Texas. Let's go back to northern Oklahoma. How's our little warned storm up here in Kansas? Well, looks like it's petered out. Let's see. Yep, fell apart. Still residual circulation though left over. It's not going to do anything, but it's about 2 miles south of Akron on Walnut, 71st Street, 102nd Road and 71st. It's about where that's located. Looks like there was confirmation. Train spotter, Cali, Kansas. They saw a funnel. The one in northern Oklahoma has since pretty much diminished. Alright, so those storms behaving for the most part. Just a lot of, looks like small to medium-sized hail. See a lot of golf ball or smaller and all that mess. And pockets of wind. These little pink areas up around 65 miles per hour. So that's it for that. Okay. Let's see what the latest on our guy here is. Tornado warning continues for northeastern Kiowa County. Storm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles north of Roosevelt, moving east at 10. Hobart and Cooperton are also in the storm path. Moving east, I think it says 12. to switch radar sources. So again, this location where this guy's at, if it'll give me a road. Oh, let me turn it on. Okay, so roughly 1460 and 2240. That would be the center of the wall cloud.
Hey, brother, I'm south of Carnegie by about 4 miles. I'm going to be on this storm soon.
All right, so you got a new warning just came out. Let's see, moving east at 12. And the wording on this. Come on, you can do
Sorry,
it.
dude, I got a call between us texting or while I was talking. I'll be on this storm here pretty soon. I'm about 5-6 miles south of Carnegie.
All right, so this tornado warning will continue for Comanche and Kiowa County. Storm capable of producing a tornado near Roosevelt, moving east to 10. Tornado and baseball size hail. It's got a nice hook echo back on it. And again, that's a precursor that the storm has intensified to the point where we have to be concerned about producing a tornado. Doesn't mean it necessarily will, but it can't do it until this feature shows up. So now the feature has shown up. Now we can see how the intensification continues. So James, let me go pull up his feed. All right, let me see if that's working. I had to mess with something today on my live broadcast page. I was having some trouble. There's a bunch of API issues, but so in the meantime, I put links on here where you can watch my lives. You can click on either one of those. So when you get to my app and see that, so I'm working on that today to try to figure out what's going on. But let me pull up their feed here. Okay. I don't think. No, he's not out. Let me know when you get your feed up. All right. Okay, we're back.
Well, probably about 20 minutes, 20 minutes, I'll be in front of this. Right now, it's completely, I can't see it because it's just a curtain of rain in front of it right now, but I'm literally due east of it.
Okay, so this little enhancement here in the reflectivity coming in, that's going to feed into it, is going to cause it to tornado. Or vice versa, or it's an indication that it's going to. So it should be producing a tornado here just in seconds. So yeah, even on the live shots, I can see the inflow coming into that mesocyclone. So basically condensing moisture at the ground as it brings it up. So it indicates better lift, faster rotation with it, faster movement. So it should probably produce one here. It's got this best opportunity right now, let's put it that way. Overall, the mesocyclone or the the wall cloud rather, is still rather slow as far as rotation goes. Only in Oklahoma can you storm chase with helicopters and live crews everywhere. Okay, so where this would form, East Road 1470 and 2240. Oh, look at these winds have really intensified here for the downdraft. Hail sizes still aren't any bigger than what they were. Ironically, the rotation isn't all that impressive either. Yeah, mid-levels of the storm, no improvement or changes at all. So this is just some low-level interaction here. It's like watching the grass grow in the summer. Trying to get a little funnel, looks like. Ragged. It's trying. So anyway, our best clue was this little reflectivity band that fed in on the backside of it. That it was in a different state, different phase change. So if you're watching from other parts of the state, you're going, what about my house? Well, if we're not talking about you, it typically means there's nothing going on in your house. I get that question a lot. What about my house? Well, if I'm zoomed in on the radar, it'd be on your house if there was problems. When it comes to tornadoes, of course. Otherwise, you can get some hail and wind. That's standard this part of the country. So anyways, down here in Tipton, it's a pretty good little hailstorm. Manitou. And then down here from there, a couple more, kind of scattered out and about, all the way here in Texas. Those are actually falling apart down here. Had a funnel at one point near Benjamin. But this is the storm to beat right here. And let's see, it's 7 o'clock. So we've got another hour before this thing weakens to the point to where it may not even be severe anymore. So it's at least an hour. So that means an hour sitting here watching this thing really try to produce a tornado, but just coming up short. Let's see, up here in Kansas, checking on our guy up here. He's still behaving. Some big hail, though. Probability of a tornado is at 16% up there. That's the only one. It's just drifting east. So guys in Wilmette, Burden, Atlanta. This storm here is the big old heavy rain and hail maker. At one point had a little small rotation with it, funnel, and possibly a touchdown. That was it. Let's see, northern Oklahoma, that one fell apart. Now keep in mind, you see this cluster of storms here? This is supposed to move east and kind of south overnight tonight in the older data. That's going to set the stage for tomorrow. All right, looks like we finally have a official tornado. Look like that's touching down. very, very slow, weak condensation column.
Hey, buddy, I'm about to go live. I'm headed west on 19, headed towards Cooperton, headed directly at this thing.
All right, so we'll have James's video up right in time, just in time. Perfect, that's right on time. It looks like it's finally producing a weak tornado. Let me just check his stream. Not yet. All right. So you guys in Cooperton, just a heads up, this storm is coming at you at a snail's pace. But it may be producing a tornado here, or at least it did for a second. There was at least a condensation touch with a little rotation within it. So I'm like this. It was really slow. So technically, a tornado is a violently rotating column of air, and it was not violent. So if you're hearing the dog squeaky, it's because it's playtime for Penelope. I have it tuned out. I just realized it's probably been going on for the last 10 minutes. So if your dog's in the background going, "Where's that squeaky toy?" It's at my house. See, here's your path movement of this guy. Staying north of Highway 19, where 19 splits. So it's northeast of Roosevelt by about 2 miles, and then it's just going to kind of move east, paralleling 19, and then it'll come up against 19. If you're in Oklahoma City and you're going, "Hey, we're going to get some rain," answer is yes. There are a few little showers around, so you put this into motion. See these little guys right here? Whether or not they turn into a storm or not may not happen, but there'll at least be a little bit of a shower activity, sprinkles. These guys out here are moving off to the north and east and fizzling little by little. This actually kind of matches the data really well today. It kind of had two areas it favored. It had southern Kansas with a little taste in northern Oklahoma, and then it had this little spot here from near Weatherford southward, and it had this activity lingering heading into this region, and then I think it had it dying by the time it got to I-35 out here. It actually kept it going, I think, till 9 o'clock, if I remember right, where I had this stuff up here kind of dying out before, but kept the Kansas stuff going. However, the tornado window is really only good to maybe about 8 o'clock. I had favored 6 to 8, just because these storms would be high-based at first when they started. And then as we got later in the toward the evening, we start to get the low-level jet that'll kick in, and then we also get moisture that kind of keeps piling in here from the day anyway. And so the cloud base is lowered little by little, and that allows this thing to have a little better shot at producing a tornado before sunset. So anyway, this thing just slowly drifting east, southeast. Let's see, probability of a tornado is at 18%. What was it before? 24%. Okay, what was it before then? 9%. So it ramped up and then going back down. Let's keep this going. That little enhancement of the reflectivity came in, merged, and then tried to do something. Let's watch on this panel. I think if it didn't do it with that, it may not be able to do it. Let's take a look here. Yeah, that was his. That was his shot. Little bitty cell merger and/or condensation from an wrapping on the inflow on the back end of an RFD coming around the backside. Interesting. Because there's that little boundary right here. That's what it was. It formed that little boundary and it just went right in. Yeah, they should have done it if it was going to do it. And it didn't. And now it's, you can see how it's all crazy alignment. So it missed its chance. Probability of a trade was at 34%. Bump back up a little bit. See if James got his feet up. There you go. It's the only bad about storm chasing. Cell phone signals, depending where you go. But now the new chasers, the new thing is to have Starlink. I know it's what Reed and them I think use. Because there's too many chasers on the road for the cell phone towers and it jams them up. And that was a problem back in my day when I was still chasing, so I can't imagine what they're like now. Anyway, so he's going through a little bit of rain to get to this section of the storm here so he can see it better. Alright, we'll check back in here in a minute with him. Ooh. So unfortunately, he's going to get there at the wrong time. This thing's kind of getting rain wrapped. Just the overall circulation with it. So the visibility isn't going to be as good as it was just a few moments ago. Let's see, what about you guys down here? Tipton, what's happening with this one? Oh, look at that. Oh, just a little divergence. Yeah, just a downdraft from the storm. A little damaging wind. That's roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles northeast of Tipton. This has got some hail in it. Those little pink areas. Strong updrafts. Those are some good hailstones in that one. That one south of him has intensified a little bit too. Those guys died out. Let's see. Just a little bit. So Weather Service is now putting out a concern for damaging wind in this area. So I don't know if they've issued an update on the warning or not. Let's find out. No, it's an older one. And so is that one. Yeah, same. Anyway, they were noticing the damaging downburst winds on their radars down here as well. So rest of Manitou between there and Tipton, they're talking about damaging winds. That's right along Highway 5C and 2180. What else we got? Is there another road in here? 2170. Anyway, east and west is a large area, even a little bit in Tipton itself and down your southwest. So this whole area where you see green is where you're getting your downburst. Alright, go back to this guy here. Same old, status quo. This is that's old. All right, so this storm falling apart. What's going to be interesting though is that if this guy collapses and this little boundary here gets ingested, because this edge of the storm finally gets a good southeast wind component, and then it feeds the back end of this guy, then it's the dominant takeover. It's going to be interesting to see if that's what transpires. Probability of a tornado is at 36%. Let's see, he's got his thing up here. So he's parked, he's taking a look at it. It's a nice little view. I've got your feet up, looks good. So he's just looking at the size of the supercell like this, and this is the base. It's a very photogenic storm when they're alone and you can get a good view of them. Alright, let's see. So he was supposed to be somewhere right about Cooperton, I believe is where he was setting up. Probability of a tornado is holding around 27%. Alright, what about these guys down here? What you guys up to? Still downburst winds. I wonder what the radar estimates on that. See if it'll work. $60 miles per hour for downburst potential. What's that one? 1665. So this storm here is going to feed into this guy on the back end. It's a hot mess though from the winds from before, so I'm not sure that'll do much of anything. A lot of hail falling around this area, but small. Not quite golf ball size. Biggest stones are way out here anyways, west of Manitou, northeast of Tipton. by a couple miles. Okay, so those are our 2 storms now to watch for the next 30 minutes or so. So let me go back up to southern Kansas here real quick. Oh, we got a line of storms on that frontal band up here in Kansas. Let's see. None of these are tornadic though. Nope, but they are producing some storms. There is an MCD out. I guess I'll go read it. Oh, this Fairview guy. Little dude. Alright, let's go find out what that is. Oh, he's still got a stream going. Alright. Alright, severe thunderstorm watch update. Storm activity continues near the surface dry line across northern and western Oklahoma into northwestern Texas. Periodic reports of large hail up to 3 inches in diameter and a report of a tornado in southwestern Oklahoma. Dry line has receded westward in the last hour. Additional storm development will be possible over the next hour. Threat should gradually diminish by mid-evening, though a few isolated supercells with a threat of very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado are possible prior to this expected weakening. The tornado threat will be dependent on storm scale evolution of mergers and boundaries where surface vorticity can be maximized. Does all that sound familiar? I think they were listening to me, and they wrote their discussion based off of what I said. I'm just kidding. That's all right, man. It just means we're all on the same page. That's all that means. Great minds think alike. All right. Oh, he's got himself a little bowl-looking thing right here. I see your shot. Where's your location? Looks like a flying saucer. Of course, he's showing me that on his phone, so he can't talk to me. I just realized that. He can't talk to me and play his video at the same time. So, oops. Sorry about that. All right, this guy in Canton, still going strong. Just a little Hailmaker, moving east. Got a little dude here that popped up east of Watonga, west of Kingfisher. Moving east, I'm sure. Most of these are moving mostly east. All right, so I'll keep you there, and I'll go back to this guy, and we'll see what's happening. Still damaging downburst winds around Burt. So nothing's changed down here. It's a big windstorm, a little bit of hail. All right, up here, oh, our rotation characteristics have intensified. Look at this, right here. So that should be a developing tornado here. 1, 2, 2.5 miles to the northeast Roosevelt. That is on roadway, where is it? North Road 2240 and East Road 1470. I swear I've said the same intersection for the last hour. I really think I have. I don't think it's moved. All right. Let's see what the video looks like. Not as good as it was a minute ago. All right, looks like he might be moving or getting another position. So let's see. They will keep the tornado warning going just because of it keeps trying. Okay, wait a minute here. Is this starting to happen what I had mentioned earlier? Let's take a look. I said this one circulation weakening and then a new one coming in behind it. Let's see what happened. Nope, not that one yet. So this just one, this one's hanging in there. Yeah, just recycling. It's not going to give up. But it's taking on a different configuration. The back end. The back end's coming in to almost rotate back in around it. And so this will shift back up to the north, and then it should maybe end up becoming just one big supercell. It looks like this. It's going to be interesting to see how that evolves. Alright, so here in Frederick, oh, let me switch radars. Hold on, I'm on the other one. I need to leave this one alone. Let's put this one up here on you guys. Alright, so now let's go this guy. I believe, somebody say funnel cloud just north of Frederick. Oh, look at that. Yeah. This little mess is reorganizing into a little bit more of a tighter circulation. Yeah, right in here is a little eddy. There's another one here on Burt, but this one's the more dominant, more important one. So 1 mile north of Burt. So we'll probably get a, this trend continues. I get a little developing tornado here. This is over East Road 1750 and 2190. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles northwest of Frederick. 1, 2, 3, 4 miles southwest of Manitou. Okay, and this one up here. Ah, see, right there it looked its best. This guy right there. And that's when we had that live shot, had that little bowl on it, and then since then, toast. See, is this shot still up? Yeah, it's done. All right, so that one's gonna have to do something miraculous to get it back into shape. So we'll focus on this guy here. These two little pixels are adjoining. We're getting close. Let's see. Probability of a tornado is at 43%. So that has gone up from 25%. That's a ramp up. Before then, 9%. Okay, that's a fast ramp up. All right. So we should get a tornado out of this. This right here, you don't think much about it until you have a job where you have to click for a living. And this right here will make you kneel. Pain. Repetitive injury syndrome. I need to file me some workman's comp on myself. Alright, so they've got a tornado warning now issued for this spot I was telling you about. So Weather Service just put that out. Let's go take a look. Let's see. That hasn't come in. Let's see. Let's do this one. There we go. So that's East Road 1720 and North Road 2160. Oh, there's the update. I was like, where's my polygon? This little guy. All right, it has it moving south at 6 miles per hour. So, tornado observed. So, let's see here. The Weather Service, tornado warning for northwestern Tillman County and southwestern Oklahoma. Confirmed tornado located 4 miles southeast of Tipton, moving south at 5. Frederick and Tipton are both in the path of the storm itself. $21.90 and $17.60. Well, let's go see underneath it. That's what I always like to do. I always like to see where it is. All right. Let's see. That was $17.50. So it's down here. Lost my road. $21.80. All right. So right now it should be just over this field. So there are several reports of a funnel being spotted from this guy. The rotation product is actually quite strong. This storm is only 40,000 feet tall. Oh, I know, because it's too close to the radar. Okay, where's my little column? Still got a little hill core loft, pretty good. So it's got a good strong updraft. And let's see, there's our little rotation column. This guy right here. This is our updraft that's rotating. So that would be our little tornado producer. Let's see, there wasn't much out there. Let's see if we got a CC value. That might be correlated. Let's see. It's in the spot. So that's where our funnel is located, and or tornado. They do have storm spotters on it, or emergency management rather, and they do confirm that there is at least a funnel halfway to the ground at that point. So got up here Roosevelt, nothing. It's starting to do what I thought it was going to try to do. I think it's still going to try to mess with this back end. This was the original. It's fighting itself. It's in this imbalance period. We'll see what happens. I haven't given up. It's going to completely. We've still got another 30 minutes, so we'll see. Still might be some monkey business there. I think if this second inflow area wasn't present, I think it would have had a better shot. All right, so anyway, this one here just drifting to the south. So I know, Bert, you're in your shelters. It's the lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. And like anything, sometimes these town names are in an intersection. So 1770 and 2180. The other actual major town would be Frederick. And that's going to pass to your west by about 6 miles, 7 miles at this rate. And then Tipton and Manitou's way away from you. And if you look down this track, if it doesn't deviate, don't see any farmhouses, so that's good. Let's see. There is a little farmhouse. Actually, that may not be a farmhouse. Yeah. Nope. All right. No farmhouses. So if it stayed on this exact track, that'd be good news. A lot of land over Oklahoma. This guy over here is starting to look a little suspicious on the reflectivity side. Let me check out velocity. Yeah, we got a little convergence right here. Nothing special yet. But this guy here, boy, he's really rotated up. That's significant. And there's some gate-to-gate velocity data. That's 49 miles per hour and 41. That's 90 miles per hour shear. So it looks like right now I've got a picture of it, just a healthy wall cloud. Very healthy wall cloud. Let's see, we're at 9 miles away. I'm at 500 feet elevation. Boy, that's about as close to producing a tornado as you can get without actually producing one. If that's the case, there's got to be a funnel in there at least. That's a very strong couplet. We never even had that up here for this one. See if James is still up. I don't know. It looks the same shot as I saw before, which means there's not much change in Roosevelt. There we go. Okay. I think his stream had just frozen up a minute ago. All right. So that one's trying to get a little better organized just based off the visual here on his camera. So while he gets a position for that, let me see what it looks like on radar. Alright, so increase in wind here. And he's probably literally somewhere looking at this area. It's nothing there yet, but alright, and then back here, our guy here. Not moving much, just kind of sitting there. Rotation product actually weakened. This is old data. I can imagine updated. It's lame. Got a really healthy wind field on this one. All right. So, warning criteria on this one has changed for Roosevelt. They're going to have it now moving to the southeast. Okay, so they're going to have this thing rotating around like so, and they're going to have it move in this direction. Okay, I can buy that. So that's now south of Roosevelt and by about 2 miles, roughly. And we are... Give me a road. Okay, don't give me a road. We'll do here. We'll do a couple roads here. Where's my Roosevelt? Okay, so 2210 and 1530. So that's what that circulation center is, and it's just heading this direction. So crossing over 19 and kind of running down just 2210 the whole way. Yeah. Between there and 2220. What is this little dude? Wait a minute, what's happening over here in Cooperton? Oh, we got a little cell merger? Oh, we sure do. And this is the back end of what I thought would finally do something, and it did. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, it just basically absorbed what was left of this back end. And then so it's going to use that to try to produce a tornado. And this guy over here is doing some merging, so it's doing some funny business. It's Highway 54 and East Road 1510 and East Road 1520. So a secondary tornado likely in that spot due to a cell merger. Yeah, look at that. This location is over, you guessed it, another open field. Well, I tell you what, if you want tornadoes, open fields is the best way to have them. Okay, so there's our little dual tornadic storm. Now, there's no warning for this one yet, but maybe they'll add it. But in the meantime, the original one, warning is for that one. All right, and then we've got this mess here. Still there, still strong, still gate to gate. And then what about this guy over here? At one point, on the west side, he looked a little interesting right there. He kind of fell apart, and there's a new area here trying to go. Nah, it's not going to do much for a while anyway. So this, we're going to see how well these guys stay separated, but this ended up me bringing in the outflow of this storm. Okay, so they just put out a new tornado warning going the opposite direction. Tell me they did not do that. They did. Oh, this is almost comical. Yeah, they did. Okay, I can honestly say that I've never watched a tornado warning go both ways. In other words, go south and then turn around and go north. I have never seen that. It rotated Fujiwawa and now it's going the opposite direction. That is so bizarre. All right, so our storm that was drifting almost nowhere with slight south has now rotated in the last few frames. From going from this direction has now gone this direction, the complete opposite of where the tornado warning said it was going to go. And so now it is 2 miles east of Timpton on North Road 2170 and 5C. If we look here, still over open fields. Man, if you're going to have a tornado dance around, you might as well be here instead of, here or here or here, these other little towns or cities. So it's the best place for it. But regardless, that is what's going on out here, just east of Timpton. So tornado warning now in the opposite direction. Let's do the info on that one. So that's here. Now moving northwest at 13. Golf ball size hail. Radar indicated. And it says, Weather Service issued a tornado warning for southeastern Jackson County, south central Kiowa, northwestern Tillman County until 8:15. Storm capable of producing a tornado located near Tipton, moving northwest at 10. Radar and golf ball size hail. All right. You ever see those little Benny Hill deals? Picture that music of you trying to track this tornado. And that's about how that thing's going. All right, let's go up here to the Roosevelt one again. Let me see here. Did we lose our developing areas? So this one up here rotated in, got absorbed, and then died out. This one here, still hanging in there. There's two little eddies. There's actually that old eddy there, maybe another eddy there. But nothing tornadical in those. Now this one has really died out. I mean, it's gone. What's interesting is that it could not produce a tornado when it looked its best. I know it had a funnel, but it couldn't touch down the ground. So with it looking weak like this, I'd be surprised if it did, but sit here and watch it. So you have a cell merger, I think, on this one. Let's see. So these are textbook cases of some of the new research that they came up with that talks about nudging, where one storm nudges another and it causes it to produce a quick tornado due to the interaction. Things have to be just right though, so they have to kind of be in this vicinity, which they are. And then you have to have, depending on your wind field, which way the storm is moving, you still have to have a component of instability that works in at the same time, which we do. So this seems to be an ideal environment here today for that. So they did have an official tornado northwest of Frederick, official touchdown. I saw the funnel reports at the time. This person claims they saw one, so there you go. Oh, that spin up has increased again intensity. See that? Right back. There it is again. So this is developing tornado over East Road 1710, East Road 2170. Alright, that's right on our little hook. It's kind of a little harder to see in this deal here, but our supercell has our little hook like this. And then this guy down here, we would watch to see if something ever come to this, or he might just get absorbed into this and become one big hybrid cluster. Probability of a tornado down here is at 46%, so that's staying elevated. This guy up here, probability of a tornado is at 44%. Let's see what the velocity looks like. check my video here. Oh, is that a funnel? Look at that. You see it? We got ourselves a tornado. Now, is this... I want to make sure this is real. I mean, you know, updated. I'm not watching a frozen video. So I'm going to do this just in case I don't get fooled by technology. Nope, still there. Look at that. All right, we got ourselves a little brief tornado touchdown. Now, he is in Roosevelt somewhere. I don't know where, though. Oddly enough, that thing touched down with this garbage velocity data display. That's impressive. It couldn't do anything before, and it does it on this. I'm always surprised. Yeah. So is this little area here he's probably watching on the west of Cold Springs. This is East Road 1530. That's about 2 miles west of Cold Springs. That's 19 that's on the west side of it right here. So 2 miles east of 19. It ain't much to look at. But there it is, a little funnel. It looked like it touched down. Looked to me, at least briefly. It looked like you had a brief touchdown there. Now it's kind of lifting. All right, well, keep an eye on that one. Sky down here, still there, but it's a lot weaker. Same intersection. All right, so those are 2 confirmed tornado sightings, because this turned pink as well. Oh, let's see here. Tornado producing storms located along a line extending from near Cooperton to near and southwest of Roosevelt, moving southeast at 5. Tornado was reported just south of Cooperton at 7:35. It's a long time ago. Locations near Roosevelt and Thomas Snead Reservoir should take immediate precautions. So that's the old warning, nothing new since. And nothing new on this guy. Alright, let me go zip up north. Alright. Burlington. Kansas, just some heavy rain again. Flash flooding probably. Pockets of wind and hail. I don't see any tornadoes. Matter of fact, I wonder if the rain is up there. It looks pretty nasty. So we're going to switch radar sources. Actually, let's do this. About 2 inches in the last hour in some of these areas. Some pretty good rain. And the ones down here also looks like about 2 inches, 2.5 near Roosevelt, and north of Tipton at Manitou, So another 2 inches of rain. So that can cause some brief flash flooding. If you look at the 2-hour rotation track, 2-hour rotation track is kind of along this line here. And our southern storm, it's like this. All right, that's it. This one up here had that little rotation track with it from earlier. Okay. Let's go back down here, the radar. Oh, these things are really falling apart. Alright, well, it's 8 o'clock, so this was my time to end my window of tornadoes, because I thought after sundown we'd lose some of our instability, etc., and then they would slowly weaken, right? That's usually what happens. Well, that still could happen, but also another option, because these things are still going strong, is the trade-off. In other words, they're rooted. So when we talk about rooted in the boundary layer, means that they're down at the lowest level of the atmosphere, and they can suck up all that low-level moisture, and you can see the clouds form as they ingest it. So you can visually see that they have a lower cloud base, so therefore that's easier to produce a tornado. Well, when the low-level jet kicks in, which is like clockwork, which happens just as the sun's setting, that increases the speed shear. So if there's any leftover residual rotation in these storms, that speed shear now aids to that shear increasing. So that keeps the little tornado threat going for a little longer. So I'll need to look at some short-term model data to see if that's what they're thinking. But that is a possibility. But at the same time, it's a trade-off. So the speed shear increases, but the cap builds in. So in other words, all this area here is going to become more stable. And these storms will move, in theory, if they ever do move, drift east into an area where the cap is getting stronger. Now, if they stay anchored into the boundary layer, then they can avoid that for a little while. Eventually, the cap always wins out. But at some point, they can at least go for a little while, and the shear might give them a little extra kick to do a little something till then. But we're also losing our heating, right? So we're losing our heat from the sun, therefore our instability is slowly weakening. So that means the storm should also slowly tamper down. So we're in that middleman land. We'll see what the trend shows, but that's where we are. Let's see, this storm out here on the left. Oh, there's lots of little eddies. Let's see here. Those just formed. Okay, so we'll see if this one tries to get its act together and get something going. Probability of a tornado is at 50%, but that's for the whole kit and caboodle, both storms. Odds are this would bring an inflow in this region. There is a little diamond here. Let's So a little mesocyclone detected with a little bit of shear. That's right on Highway 5 and 2150 in 1810. So might have a developing tornado there. Our guy up here, where'd he go? He's gone. Elvis has left the building. All right. Anything left of this guy? What's happened to him? He just completely fell apart. Yeah, that's a dying mess. He's lost a lot of his structure. So we'll see what this one does down here. And then this looks like it's going to get absorbed into this guy. Now, okay, so that's a problem. So this cell interaction here, if it's lost its strom as a cyclone, then it has a chance to get out of that rooted layer, become a little bit more elevated, and then just start drifting north a lot easier. Now, as that does so, that then cuts off the unstable inflow coming in from this direction, because all this now is cold outflow that gets pulled in. And then that would, in a sense, kill this thing off. That's my prediction. We shall see. So you have the environment to deal with, then you have cell interactions to deal with. It's very complicated. Then you have the storm itself. You know, what's inside of it, what's it's doing. Oh, it looks like this thing's just becoming a downburst. Yeah, this thing's downbursting big time. Let's split the panel. All right. Interesting enough, this little old area where we had that little brief circulation or brief tornado, real weak one. Looks like there's inflow into it here, a little mini RFD here, appearance to it. And then nothing out here on this back side. Now this is interesting. Alright, so we can get, if this filters this direction and still leaves this open for inflow, well, that changes things. We'll see. We shall see. Anyway, it's pretty good wind getting detected by the radar. That's up around 60 miles per hour. And I'm at 1,900 feet elevation. Yeah, this is ramping up this little hook pretty good. Probability of a tornado is at 25% though. How about this guy down here? Do anything? Still the same. Alright, so for right now, this is the only game in town. Let's see if his stream is still up. Alright. Oh, we lost his video. Well, hopefully you can get into another good position. And then, looks like your video's offline, but you did a good job there. Let me know if you see something else. 19. There's a new circulation about Highway 19 and 49, about a mile southeast of that. Let's go look aloft. All right, we'll see if anything happens with that one. So this little spot here is getting a little bit better. Let's see what it's over. Trees. Land. So if you've noticed, this tornado is not even in the polygon. It's like here's the polygon ends. In other words, the tornado is not even occurring as where, or trying to occur where there's not even a warning. So it's another good reminder that when you do have a tornado warning around your area, you know, if you're trying to go off a polygon, for example, you may not be in it, but obviously you're in it. So here they just updated it. So now we got a red polygon. So they're reading my mind here. They go, oh, we better put another one out there. So this is for that new circulation, which looks like is now they have it moving southeast. Yeah, this one's moving southeast. It's just rotating right now, so not really moving anywhere, but that's the general trend. All right, so let's see on the wording. Moving southeast at 14, hail up to 2 inches. And let's see, tornado warning for northwestern Comanche, southwestern Caddo, east central Kiowa till 8:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado located 6 miles southeast of Cooperton, moving southeast at 15. Tornado and hail size up to 2 inches in diameter. We have Cache, Medicine Park, Lake Latonka, Mears, Fort Smith, and Wichita Mountains Wildlife Refuge, all in the path of this particular thunderstorm. Winds increasing a little bit there, 60. Probably of a tornado at 54%. King Road. Oh, that's why I didn't have no roads in the refuge area. All right, what about down here? Anything? Still got that little spot here at the corner of 5. Come out of Frederick. Okay. Anything else? Let's go take a peep. Just those storms in southwest Oklahoma. Let's see, central Oklahoma. Let's see. Those light showers down south. Dry elsewhere. This guy still hanging in there, but boy, is he getting weaker. So, and then now we'll go up in northern Oklahoma. Let's see, a lot of lightning with this stuff. Pockets of wind and hail. 2-inch size hail. Woo, 2.75. Up to baseball size hail in Anthony. It's a little embedded eddy within that one. And that's it. Just a wall of rain and wind, flooding. So on Saturday, here for Kansas, a lot of the flooding was kind of in this area. This time around, all the flooding has been in this area. So at least it's kind of spreading around a little bit. Alrighty, let's go back down here to Frederick. Okay, so this guy now has a little bit of a hook echo, a little separation, not much, but it's different than what it was. He has a track on him to the southeast. Let's see, east 1820 and 2160. Alright, then this guy up here still continues just to fall apart and be much of nothing. And the guy up here, let's see here. This little circulation center is still there, but now not nearly what it was. So probably just a little wall cloud action, maybe a little tiny funnel or something at some point. They do have a funnel cloud reported at South 220 and Highway 5. They're in Frederick. On that little hook. Alright, this has been a lot of just downburst wind. Let me go. So I will say that this time of the year we can get some really nice sunsets. That's a really nice one. When that sun gets a little lower, it'll be even better. It'll hit that backside. Actually, it's the front side of a storm, but it's got some nice coloring. All right, this is looking, by the way, at this one down here. Okay. Tornado warnings continue, but have had no tornado warning, or no tornadoes rather, here recently. Let's see, this one up here, getting better organized, a little bit better wind with it now. Alright, so this will probably be our next tornado to deal with. It is 1, 2, 3 miles west of Frederick. So they are going to sound the sirens in Frederick. So basically, let's see, there's 2170, there's 2160. You see if he's streaming again. He's back up. Wichita Mountains. It's going to get dark here soon for him. Alright, let's go back to...
Hey dude, I'm in these Wichita Mountains and the service is terrible, so I'm not going to get a good video. I'm going to try to come back live whenever I get to about Medicine Park, see if I got some service. It's headed that way, so I'll be at Medicine Park when it gets there.
Alright man, appreciate it. Did good. Alright, so this guy here for Frederick is drifting closer to town. So 1, 2, 3, still about 3 miles west of town, right along Highway 5 in North Road 2180. So that is the location of this wall cloud / occasional funnel that has been sighted. Probability of a tornado is at 37%, so it's dropped. And there's a new warning for it for this track to the east. So let's see here. Wrong one. There we go. East at 13. Still got some big hail. Tornado warning expires at 9. Warning on this. Let's see. Tornado warning for central Tillman County until 9 o'clock. Storm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles west of Frederick, moving east at 15. Tornado and hail size of 2 inches in diameter. Frederick and Hollister in the path of the storm. All right, so Frederick, it's taking its sweet time, but you know what to do. Being the lowest floor of your dwelling, away from all outside walls and windows.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
What you want to do basically is surround as many walls as you can around yourself compared to the outside. That's where your best structural integrity of a home or office building or anything else is. It's always in toward the middle. That way, if an outside wall is breached, you don't get injured from flying debris. So again, this is in southwest Oklahoma. Let's take a look at the other one up north again real quick. So this little circulation over the refuge continues. It looked pretty good there for a second on that scan, and then fell apart. So it had one scan where it looked decent. It Could maybe produce a funnel, but that was about it. Let's see if there's anything else. A new storm out here in Blair? Huh. Alright. Guess low-level jets kicking off some storms. Cash. Just a little wind with that one. Alright. This guy here is totally falling apart. Alright, so they do have a funnel, a visual funnel, on this one out here west of Frederick. It's about 2 miles outside of town. So at this point, we now have, might be farmhouse in this corner. And definitely here as well. So we got a couple of farmhouses now on the path. And then at mile 3, we start going from more farmhouses into the city limits. So unlike these other tornadoes, or at least seems to be a few people in its path this time around. So this is coming in. All right, so right now 219 and 182. Manitou, in this mess right here, people are reporting a funnel cloud. Very large funnel cloud. That would be to your northeast by about a mile. In this little spot here. It doesn't look like much on radar though. No wind with it. And it's moving away from you. Let's see, this guy up here again. Still broad, weak circulation over the mountains. Over the Wichita Preserve. Okay, so right now, this storm seems to be the one of concern. So it's going into the Narrows Wilderness area. It's just north of Grace Mountain, north of Mount Pitchett. It's not moving much, but that's where it's at. Okay, and then let's go back south into Frederick. right, so they've, let's see here. Probability of a tornado has gone up to 50%. This one has had a wall cloud and a funnel reported. It's now coming in to just about the city limits. Okay, so these actually have a little embedded circulations with them. This one here, around Richard Spur, just southwest of Apache, would actually have a circulation feature there. Let's see, Weather Service just issued a warning for that. Okay, well there it is. All right, that's Northwest King Road and intersection of, shoot. Boone, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 miles south of Boone. So being your shelters between Boone and Apache, coming up on Broxton and Stecker as well. So this is a developing tornado in that area. Cache, you do have a little bit of a weak circulation in your area as well. Not nearly like it was north of you though. And of course we have Frederick being your shelters as this particular storm comes into town, the west side. So now we have 3 tornado centers to track. This old one here, northwest of Mears. In the corner of Comanche County. Alright, and then you have the one northeast of Mears in Comanche County. So there's 2. Alright, and then Frederick, of course. Alright, so let's do a track on all 3 again. We'll start with the new one. This one is moving north at 16. This is the one northern Comanche County. Tornado warning and for southwestern Caddo County until 9. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles south of Boone, moving north at 15. Tornado and quarter size hail. Apache, Boone, Western Lake, Ellsworth, and Stecker are in the path, so make sure you seek shelter there. Moving very slow, just like all these other ones. All right. Now the cache one, there's no specific warning for that one yet. So we've got let's check on this one here for Frederick again. Yeah, it's coming just south of the highway, it looks like. But it still is probably just a wall cloud and maybe a funnel. I don't see anything for tornado, and I haven't seen any reports of a tornado. So it's then coming right off the highway here. So just stay in your shelters, and just there's no strong indication on radar of a circulation center, which is good, but it's coming over town, so be in your shelters until it passes for a little while. Again, last report is about a block south, a mile south of 5. Again, being your shelters down here for Frederick. Frederick now and Hollister coming in about, if it continues on a slow movement, almost 9 o'clock. These things are moving very slow. All right, let me check up here again. So we have the stillest little circulation here. What Northwest Drive North? That's in Northwest Comanche County. Coming up on Highway 115. And then we have over here, that's just off of 281 north of Medicine Park. This last little bitty guy here, and he's kind of falling apart. King Road, and about 1, 2, 3 miles west of 281, around the county, just 2 miles south of the county line. Still your circulation's out here though. Alright, that's 2. Anything else? Not right now. Again, those are very, very weak. So there would be wall clouds and maybe a funnel. So in Frederick, storm's kind of wrapped up in rain, so they really can't make a good visual. And the issue is with Frederick is that the radar is located right here to southeast of town, and you have a pretty substantial ground clutter pattern. So you see all these little holes in the data. So your low-level scan is always a little compromised as a result, but we can go up in height. Just the problem is the higher level scans don't update as fast as the lower level scans do. But your circulation feature, what's left of it, is on the south side of Frederick right now. So 8th Street, Carroll Avenue, Providence, 11th, 1st. So that is where your wall cloud / funnel would be. Honestly, the hook is more linear rather than well, the storm's aligned like this, so it's kind of straight. If it had a more of a notch, it would have a better velocity look to it. Alright, switch radar sources. So this potential tornado is coming right for the radar. Now radars, the domes on these radars can handle wind speeds in excess of 150 miles per hour. I think they're rated for 200 miles per hour, honestly. Doesn't mean they're going to, of course, withstand that, but that's what they're rated for. So again, this slow-moving tornadic circulation is now kind of on the south side of town, within that mile. And then we have another one south of Burt. North Road 2180 and 1780. Looks like a mid-level circulation there. Let's see if it's anything. Nope, just mid-level. Okay, good. All right. Stay in your shelters a while longer. They're in Frederick. Stay in your shelters for a while longer. Probability of a tornado is at 61%. So for the radar, green represents winds blowing toward the radar. Okay, so they're blowing in this direction. So that's a southeast wind. And red is indicating as winds blowing away from the radar. So you have winds blowing toward the radar here and here. So basically what's happening is you're kind of getting in this pool here of circulation. So it's really right over the airport. So right now, people are seeing a wall cloud east of Frederick. It's a generic distance because it's basically raining cats and dogs over town, so they can't see through this. So I'm assuming they're looking down this direction. All right, real quick, let's see what's up here. So our Apache and Boone circulation is just now getting over the county line, just west of 2560. So on Boone, it'll be 1-2 miles east on 19, right along 2560 is roughly the intersection. So passing between Boone and Apache. These other areas, good. Anything else? Nope, just the stuff up north. There's some rain here in the south side of Oklahoma City, down to Purcell. So the warning on this one for Boone, let me see, is this new updated? Yeah. Let's see. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9 for north central Comanche and southwestern Caddo counties. A confirmed tornado is located near Boone, moving north at 10. Damaged tornado and $50 size hail. Weather spotters reported a tornado south of Boone, moving north. Apache, Boone, northwestern Lake Ellsworth, and Stecker are in the path of this one. I don't see any debris with it. There's no debris signature. So if it did touch down, it was very weak. Might have been short-lived. Probability of a tornado is only 5% on this algorithm. That's low. Alright, the rest of those are behaving. So back to Frederick. The tornadic circulation is to your southeast. It's right over the radar site, the next rad down there. So like I mentioned earlier, the wind flows into the radar like this. And red is winds away from the radar. I guess I would draw my circles better. So it'd be a little like this. So it'll be a vector. Because it's cyclonic. So this was the best report I've had, and I haven't had any down here in Frederick. This guy way down here saw a wall cloud. Rotating wall cloud approximately 3 miles east southeast of Frederick. I think is what he meant. So basically over the airport and the radar. Alright, we just have these cluster of cells. This one's still behaving, but there is a probably a wall cloud within that. Let's go here. Apache. This little guy's still there, but not as impressive as before. Not that it was ever that impressive anyways. Let's see what else. Nothing there. Comanche, nothing there. Lawton. You guys are fine. Okay, that's it. So 2 tornadic storms as far as warnings are concerned. One up here in Apache, just west of you guys, and then the other one down here in Frederick. He's Medicine Park. By the way, there's that sunset. When I told you the sun would get a little lower, it'd make for a nice view here in Oklahoma City. So this is looking southwest into those storms in southwest Oklahoma. So you can see the mammatus, those little bubbles that you see on the screen. Looks like little bowls on the bottoms. It's called mammatus. Just indicates a lot of turbulence from sinking air on the front end here of the storm. All right, so let's go back. Okay, so still watching this one here. Weather Service is now watching this one. I'm sure there's some eyeballs from Altus taking a look at it. And then this one intensified just a little bit more here in this last scan. Not much, but it did. All right, down here. So the hook is right on top of the airport / radar site down there in Frederick. Does your phone sound like that? Mine does. All the time. During weather. It's weird. It's almost like I have a little anticyclonic deal out here. Let me do something. Well, for this airport ob that comes out, which should record pretty good wind. When they take their next measurements. Little breezy, Medicine Park. Pockets of wind up around 50 to 60. This one's on East Road 1660, and that one was on 1600. All right, what about our Apache thing? Let's still hanging in there. Boone and let's see, 2560 still on track. Right now it's coming up on 1470. And that's it. Let me go check our Kansas guys real quick. Just some strong storms in northern Oklahoma. And this guy here in Chautauqua looks like had a tornado warning on it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually had a really good circulation right here, honestly. Yeah, actually I had a debris ball with it too. There was no tornado warning on it at all until that happened. They should have issued one right there, or right there, or right there, but they issued it there. Went through on the north side of Sedan. No debris with that part of it. That's good. So still residual circulation, 2 spots. Looks like one up there and then one down here. What was this, Peru? No, what is that town name? Yeah, Peru. And Neotes. What highway is this? 166. So that's your circulation center there. That's in far southeastern Kansas. All right. Otherwise, just storms for northern Oklahoma for right now. Let's check a look on our storms. This Altus one, Hook Echo, is starting to get a little better defined. It's got a ways to go though. These guys still dropping some wind. It's up around 60 between Snyder and Indiahoma. And what happened to our gap here? Still going? Yep, still going. Actually, a little stronger now. Right, getting close to 19 and 2560. All right, let's go back on our storm that's on top of the radar. So the town of Medford lost power a little while ago. So this is on the east side of Boone. 1, 2, 3, 4 miles west of Apache. No cross correlation coefficient. Very weak rotation signature. Probably of a tornado is 38%. All right, so I have not seen an increase in intensity or strength in any of these lately. So that's a good sign. Let's see how our shear's doing. Storms are on the south side of town. Okay. Yeah, you can see that. All right. So you can tell when you tell the low level jets kicked in. So time goes from left to right. This is at 7:45 and this is at 8:45. So this is 1 hour. So at 7:45 we had 30 knot winds here at 2 and 3,000 feet. And even at 4,000 feet. And then once we go into our hour, the wind barbs, they get more ticks on them. So if you come over here, now we went from 30 to 40. I can't read my glasses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 45 knots at 2,000 foot, 50 knots at 3,000, and 45 knots at 4,000. So that's your low level jet kicking in. In other words, that increases the speed shear. So there's your speed shear increase all the way up here to 10,000 feet. Really. So there you go. So there's your increase in shear, which is just keeping those storms going for a little bit, allowing them to rotate. So now the bad wind profile does not show you 1,000 foot or surface. So with that, you look at your map. So we'll do that. We'll pick here a spot. Chickasha, for example. There's your southeast wind. Yeah, my wife took care of me on Saturday, left me high and dry today. Ran out of all moisture. I'm taking away that post I made of you the other day, praising you.
Sorry, honey. I saw your glass. I didn't realize.
I was like, sure, I'm gonna send her some telepathy, ESPN. All right, so anyway, the southeast wind here at Chickasha. Southeast 13 gusts to 20 miles per hour. So if you go back to our little map here, so you add your southeast vector like this, right? So now you have well, up here it's due west, but we'll go ahead here 7,000 feet, so we'll use this one. So again, we draw our little angles, right? You add the angles, so you add this angle and you add this angle, right? So that's probably about, looks like 75 degrees maybe. This is another 25, so that's 100 degrees of directional shear change from surface up. So that's your directional shear. And then of course we talked about your speed shear. So the two things you need for storms to rotate really well and to produce a tornado. So that's what we have today here as the jet kicks in. But remember, we're also losing the daylight, right? So look outside the window, see sunset. Great shot again, by the way. Look at the Mamadas. So it's a battle, and the cap builds in as well. So but anyway, so there's our circulation in Boone. I'm looking at the sounding here in a minute. This is what, 9 o'clock? This thing's still going. Okay. What about these guys? They doing anything? Friendship. Starting to get that hook appearance. Taking its sweet time. And then the Frederick one. So the circulation is now east of the radar. So it's right about in this vicinity, but it's a convergence line. Here's your RFD. Here's your winds that come out like so. And these are your winds that are coming in. So you really don't have, you have overall convergence, but you don't have any little eddies or anything that's going to cause a rotation to turn into a tornado right now. Yep. So short term, we're good here. They did increase the or extend a new tornado warning that goes to the east now. So we'll do that update. Moving east looks like probably still what 13, yeah. Golf ball size hail. And this is for Tillman County, East Central Tillman. Tornado and golf ball size hail. Frederick, Hollister, and Loveland are in the path. So you guys that are in Frederick, by the way, the storm has passed you as far as the tornado part of it goes. A little bit of still some heavy rain on the north side of town, but the storm's pretty much over, so you can come out if you're still in your shelter. Let's see. This guy's looking a little funky. Probably a bit of a tornado at 33%. Big hail though, 2 inches. Let's see if there's anything in there. Yeah, there's some broad overall rotation right here. It's on the county line, just south of 62 and 54 intersection. Probably the tornado's 33%. Look at those winds just pick up all of a sudden. So how's green come in? Might have a little guy there. Oops. Alright, let me see what else we got. Okay, so this guy out here. So this is our little area of rotation within that one. That's on County Road 213 and 580. And this says hail size of 3.25 inches. Whoa. I gotta go see that. So we're going to do that right away. Okay, so first off, yeah, here's this little dude here. All right. All right, I just want to see what this looks like. If it really does have 3-inch size hail in it. Oh, yes it does. Ooh, it's a big hailstorm. Alright, so it's like 55,000 feet, but the kicker is the hail core. Look at this. Remember earlier when I was showing you these 3D images of the hail core and they were almost non-existent in a storm that tried to tornado multiple times? Didn't have a very strong updraft. This one has a monster updraft to be able to produce hailstones up to 40,000 feet. And that's at, was that 60 dBz? So let's go a little bigger. All right, let's go to the, okay, they're not that big because this is 65, 67 dBz. All right, so, yeah. So we've got 2-inch size hail for sure. I don't know about 3-inch size hail, but I can go for 2, just based off of dBz values. So there's your biggest hail core right there. So this is all northeast of Altus. And let's take a look at the rotation. Let me drop that back, by the way, so I can keep this uniform. All right. So on the rotation side, not that impressive. Not impressive at all. All right. So nothing tornadic looking for that, just a big hailstone maker. Okay. This guy, he's just continuing with this crazy wind, and he's got a really good area of inflow coming in. So you might be asking the million-dollar question, which is, if we had tornadoes for the last 3 hours. Why wasn't there a tornado watch? Why was it a severe thunderstorm watch? And that's a valid question. And the answer is because someone screwed up. It happens. But the defense is sometimes severe storms produce tornadoes. Therefore, a watch is a watch. Now, theoretically, you should issue the watch based off of shear. And if you don't have adequate shear for rotating storms that can produce tornadoes, then you issue the severe thunderstorm watch. Now today, the forecast did call for adequate shear. It just wasn't our normal spring gangbusters everybody talks about for days on end. But it was adequate that produces storms that rotate here in Oklahoma and the southern plains that can produce tornadoes. So, in my opinion, it would have been a tornado watch. But there also was a concern of, well, how many storms and what percentage of the area would actually see that? And in the model data suggests there's only a couple of areas. This one here we're focused on in southwest Oklahoma. The other one's up in northwest Oklahoma. And not much in between. So then you have to counteract, okay, well, if it's such a small magnitude event, do you want to issue the tornado watch or not? So there's a lot of rules of thumb, and there's probably personal preference, and I'm sure there's some check boxes that they do to finally make that decision. So, but it's a valid question, and answer your question, yeah, it could have been. Because here we are, still talking about tornado warnings at 9 o'clock. So this one here, this little mess, it's got some good wind with it. 86 miles per hour at 900 feet. Good grief. Highway 62 and North Road 2320 out of Indiahoma. I'm going to do a close-up view of that here in a second. Just looking everywhere else first. So Hollister still has a wall cloud west of it. All right, so let me go look at that with this guy. I want to make sure that it's not that strong. Yeah, that may have been some artifact in the data. Interesting. Oh, no, I'm at the upper tilt. Ooh, oh, that's not good. I was right. All right, so you see here, the wind speed's up around 77. They were 80 a minute ago. Let me put on storm relative. Yeah, 85, 86 miles per hour. So that would be basically like a small tornado in this area. And this again, Highway 62 and 54, so straight south from that intersection around the county line, East Road 167. So that particular tornado would be in that region. Indiahoma, 10 o'clock. That's how slow it's moving. But that'd be doing some damage. Anything else? This guy up here still continues to stay weak and getting weaker west of Apache. This guy here still not doing anything. And then our storm east of Frederick coming into Hollister. Again, wall cloud with it. Currently over East Road 1840 and 2280. right, so Weather Service did put out a tornado warning for this deal that we investigated. Motion east at 8. Northwestern Comanche County, South Central Kiowa, Northern Tillman County. Let's see, Cache, Indiahoma, Southwestern Fort Sill, Southwestern Wichita Mountain Wildlife Refuge. So those are the communities involved. Probability of a tornado is at 34%. But it combines both of these storms, this one and this one. Okay, so we're down to 2. This guy up there, and look at all that. I'm going to switch radars for him. See if I see anything different. Let's go to Twin Lakes. Nope, still weak. Alright, so I'm going to go here. Look at that wind profile again, and then go south. I meant to do this earlier when the storm was coming in. And I got sidetracked. Okay. Okay, so I have a surface wind, the southeast at 23, gust to 26. So they have their winds turn with height not nearly as impressive as it is over central Oklahoma. We actually have better directional shear here in Oklahoma City than we do down here in southwest Oklahoma. So in other words, if these storms were in our environment, they would have had a better shot at producing a tornado than what they have down here. Every little bit of shear matters in the directional component. So this thing's picking up here west of Hollister. So this hook echo is much more well defined. You can't really see it because the radar cut it off, but it's like this. And the rotational velocity with it's increased quite a bit. This is up around 70 miles per hour outbound. Let's do this. So again, be in your shelters for Hollister. Storm is the area that would be producing the tornado is knocking on your door as we speak. Lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. This one up here is ramping up a little bit better. Let's see, hang on at 1680 road, just east of 2310. Again, that's just southwest of Indiahoma by about 5 miles, 6 miles. Coming your direction, so make sure you're in your shelters. Lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. That one's doing nothing. And this one still looks terrible. Alright, so now we'll go to northern Oklahoma. Haven't been there in a while. Okay, so these storms have gusted out. They're behind the outflow boundary, so they're nothing to even worry about. They're dying out, weakening. Let's see here. This guy has a little convergence line with it. This is the outflow from it, so he would have to maintain inflow in this area. Let's see here, and then that's about it up there. So standard stuff. It's probably the only one to even pay any attention to at this moment. Let me switch radars. I'm going to go to Frederick. Vance. All right. So not the right look for that storm to produce a tornado at all. There's a little bit. There's a boundary here and a boundary here. And that's going the wrong way, it looks like. So it's not ingesting the boundary, which means it's behind the boundaries. Yeah. So just standard stuff up here. All right. And again, Oklahoma City. We've got a little bit of light rain here on the south side of town. It's a little bit of wind around. This Apache guy is still not doing much. It's right over your area though, so Apache still stay in your shelters. I can just tell you it's extremely weak, broad circulation on radar, like the weakest I've seen in quite a while. All right, and that's just south. Let's see. Well, it's on 62. It's about a mile. Give me a cross street, 2590. So just east of 2990 and about a half a mile to a mile north outside of town. All right, back to Frederick. This is our two tornado producers. This one's still wrapping up here pretty good. I think he's still chasing. I don't know where, how, or what, because it's dark. He'll have to tell me. So he's still going. Just don't know where. Let's see. He's probably somewhere in this mess or close to it, or trying to get in front of it. That's my guess. Oh, those little blocks of blue, 82 miles per hour. Okay, and then we have this guy in Hollister. So it has now passed to your southeast side of town by about half a mile. So it's coming up on East Road 1850. So stay in your shelters a little while longer, Hollister, and then you can come out as that circulation center is now passing to your southeast. Loveland, you're next in the path. Stay in your shelters. Probability of a tornado on this one is 61%, so that's gone up. This algorithm does include both of these. All right, let's go take a look at the environment. Let's see what's changed. So, first off the bat. Well, all right. Okay, let's go to our probability of an EF0 tornado, right around 41% in this area. Probability of an EF2 is 10% only. It's pretty low. Because even 37 to 41 is low. All right, tornado 1 to 0 kilometers. Favors a little spot here in basically Osage County, Ponca City region. And then another little area down here ahead of these two supercells in southwest Oklahoma. Tilting and stretching for vorticity also favors that area. All right, let me check in using just the storm relative felicity. Also favored those two areas here and here. Fixed layer and effective layer, same idea. Nothing's really changing. All right, so let's take a look at the environment that these are going into. So, for all tornadoes, definitely well over the STP level. Same thing for supercell, the Cape. Shear, interesting enough, is barely in the box. Effective felicity, plenty, and lifting condensation level, it's fine. Sigtor, there are none. Okay. Now let me go over here. Check, 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 check. Misses a little bit on the effective shear. So So the effective shear is not quite comparable to past events that produced tornadoes, just a little on the light side. Everything else checks the boxes. So if you look, I guess I'll go back here. And if I click on the Climo map, so if you look at the Climo map on this, these are all the tornado tracks in and around this geographical point that had a similar environment, similar variables to work with. And then it divvies them up into, what time of day, how many were EF zeros, ones, twos, etc. So they're almost all EF zeros and then EF ones. Only a handful or anything higher. Go to photograph for the environment. Okay, so let's go back. All right, our 2 tornado warned storms. We'll do an update on both of those. Yeah, this Friendship deal, he just lined out in one big essy mess. Still big some hail though. 2.73 inches on the algorithms. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So your circulation center from Indiahoma is 6 miles to your southwest on East Road 1690 and North Road 2310. So again, moving at a snail's pace, but that's the old one. Let me see here. Yeah, that's the old one that pinwheeled down to the south, and there might be a new one forming here with an eddy that'll rotate back in, so we'll see. But right now that old one actually rotated down to the south and then kind of fizzled, so he's now south of where the original track was. These things have been doing that tonight, haven't they? Alright, the Hollister one, let's take a look. So that thing was coming through east side, and then it's now east of you by about a mile. So it's east of 2310 and north of 1850. So there's our 2 tornado warned storms. Oh, let's see here. So we're now down to just 2 storms. And now they're starting to get into more of a clustered mess. So it looks like the threat for tornadoes may hopefully be dwindling. This one still has a little circulation with it. Let's see if there's anything on the CC. There is not. But that's the leftover location. Still northeast 2310 and 1680. So if you're in Indiahoma and you're saying, wasn't that where it was like 10 minutes ago? It's like, yep, it's just sitting there. It's a long time to ride in your shelters when the thing doesn't actually move toward you. But at the same time, you can be thankful, right? There are little eddies here and here, these little red spots. but they're not doing anything right now. All right, let's see. Our southern storm, what's it doing? It's got a lot of inflow coming into it. So circulation features over here, this little triangle. So it's I don't even know what road that is. It won't give it to me. I'll go another place to find it. There it is, 2320. So where some of my maps have some roads, some of them have no roads, some of them it's all mixed mash. So if I don't find a road on one, I just try the other one until I get one. All right, well that's weakening here in Hollister, east of you, by the way. You're still under the tornado warning polygon. Circulation center that's moved to your east. What is this? I'll be. Alright. So a new circulation, probably a little bitty tornado trying to develop. That's north of you now, right along Highway 5 and 2290. So we have a little tornado here that's just developed. Oh, where'd my thing go? Oh, yeah, wrong one. Let's go over here. Where'd it go? Here, lost it. Found it. Let's see what it's over. Farmland. Actually, just nothing land. All right. So we got that little guy. Here's that one northeast of Hollister trying to come back on 2320 and 1380. Oh, fell apart again. Gusted out. And then that one up here, still there. Actually has a little cross correlation coefficient where it's actually probably kicking up some dust. All right, takes care of that little guy. Nothing else. This guy's really losing it. Okay. This dude up here is still just a hailstorm. A little over 2 inches in diameter. So that was another thing that the research showed, is that you have to pick sometimes one or the other. In other words, a storm can't be both. It can't be a massive, huge hail producer and a tornado producer. There's a trade-off, a yin-yang. If the hail size comes down, then the tornado's up. If the tornado dissipates, the idea of that, then the hails come up. So there's, it's like everything, there's always a balance. All right, so there is a funnel near Hollister. Looks like. Now I don't know where this person is. This is just somewhere near Hollister. So I'm gonna assume it's this guy right here. Our little guy up here has since diminished and died out, so he was just a short-lived little circulation. And this one up here is trying to intensify a little bit more. Again, no cross correlation coefficient though. All right. So only thing right now trying to be tornadic is this little spot here, which is again on 2330 and just south of 1830. And it already fell apart. It comes and goes, comes and goes. If we get this little guy here to die out, this event's over. It's working on it. This other northern one's already lost everything it had going for him. So the trend has been down for the last 10 minutes or so. So we just need this right here to weaken. All right, well, it's 9 o'clock. Actually, it's 9:30. So let me look at some data with you. Alrighty, let's see how the tech roof did. So there's the storms it had for today. Close. Ballpark-ish. Okay, so ironically, it didn't handle the northern Oklahoma stuff and Kansas stuff very good for this afternoon. And then notice how it has this little guy coming in down here. Did materialize. Now, it did get the line, but staying in Kansas, so it's already out to lunch. Did have southwest Oklahoma stuff a little better. Everything has little helicity tracks on them. Had it in Texas, so it's, again, these are, that's what I'm saying. When you look at these models, if you ever look at them on your own, it's, you can't take them like verbatim, all right? It's, you have to look for signals. It's like, what is the signals telling you? You know, what is the trend telling you? But you can never look at a model and go, oh, look, it's got a tornado in Tulsa tomorrow. You can never look at that and go, yep, that's going to happen. If it does happen, it's a fluke thing, just so you know. Let's see here. So for tomorrow afternoon, because it doesn't get those storms south of this area, keeps them up here. So it keeps the outflow boundary up here overnight to tomorrow. And so for tomorrow afternoon, then, it keeps those storms along the border, okay? And then it has a dry line out in west Oklahoma firing. And those move into Texas. And then there's some stuff for Thursday. Lame nothing burgers on Thursday. Very weak shear. But so for tomorrow, so again, if there's a boundary up here that they can feed on and they can ride on that boundary, sometimes you can get a little extra vorticity kick. So you might produce a tornado along that boundary. So heads up on that one. Southwest Oklahoma, I don't know if the shear is supposed to be decent down there. I don't think it's as good as it was today. If it had trouble today, it's probably going to have even more trouble tomorrow. All right, so that's a look at that model without having to look at anything else, because busy. All right, let's go to the HER. So the HER keeps that stuff in here this evening, dies apart quickly once it gets across 44. Stuff up north carries on overnight through Tulsa, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Big storms overnight, heavy rain, backdoors into Oklahoma City for tomorrow morning into the late morning and lunchtime. Falls apart. So when this happens, there'll be an outflow boundary about like so. All right, and then we'll go into 4 and 5 o'clock. So little triple point up here with the dry line will fire off a couple storms. One up here, a couple down here. Let's see. And then those keep firing that area. And then they come east tomorrow night by midnight here in central Oklahoma. Moving through overnight. Big line of storms, loud rain, a little bit of lightning. There's Thursday's event down here. Just for fun, I'll look at a forecast sounding down there. Very, very light winds, 5 knots, 10 knots. Yeah, extremely weak shear. So unless there's a boundary down there, you can't get tornadoes with that. That'd have to be on some type of boundary left over. That is still staying in the atmosphere and not dispersed for that to even happen. All right, so let's go back. Tomorrow. So northwest Oklahoma. Potential for a significant tornado up here. Has a little bit of a cap though. Good shear. So that's a good spot for severe storms. Down here in southwest Oklahoma, same idea. Good shear. A little high base though. Some big hail makers. Mostly hail and damaging wind. Then there's that boundary right around here somewhere. I'm just going to randomly click just to see. A little bit of a cap. Probably keeping stuff from developing on it. All right, let's go look at the NAM. All right, so we got that big line tonight, northeast Oklahoma, backdoors in Oklahoma City. In the morning, falls apart. And then at 6 o'clock, so was there a secondary line? Yeah, secondary push. And those storms develop same kind of general area, northwest Oklahoma and west-southwest. And then those move in midnight-ish, overnight. Overnight storms. What is up with our overnight storms pattern? It's ridiculous. Now, as far as atmosphere goes, it probably should be pretty, not a marginal severe. Oh, the winds are all from the south. So, yeah, you don't get much severe weather with that. You get a lot of flooding rain, though. All right, let's go back up here. Wednesday, 6 o'clock. Let's just see what our atmosphere looks like tomorrow afternoon. So, decent shear. Definitely decent instability and barely a cap at all. All right, so it kind of depends on where that little boundary in the sand is. The outflow boundary might end up having something on that. Let's go take a look here. And then I was meant to go do something earlier and I got sidetracked. And I'm going to go back over here and jump off of that because I want to go see this. It's sounding. I want to see if we were capped here in Oklahoma City for tonight. All right. Yeah, oh, for sure. So 80 and 69. Yeah. Oh, yeah. About 2 degrees. So about a 2 degree cap. So that's here. That's current, in other words. So those storms that are going, they're going into this atmosphere that's capped. So in other words, they continue to weaken as a result of that. Which I'll look at them here real quick. I'm going to go back to the forecast just to make sure I don't miss anything here. Okay, what's this one doing? It's not quitting. Still there. Let's see, it's gone from 1 mile to the next. 2330 and 1830 is where that funnel / wall cloud circulation is. The rest of this stuff, all gone. Good. So just this one. If he'll quit and give up, we can all... Oh, a little blue area. Let's see. I think that's a little debris signature. Ain't nothing out here though. That's like literally dust. A lot of dust if that's the case. But it's got a good non-rotation product on it. Ooh, yeah, cross correlation coefficient seem to jive. Yeah, I think so. We had official touchdown, and it kicked up a lot of dust, dirt. And that was it. Probability of a tornado was at 60%. So it's still off and on, trying to produce a tornado. Here's another view of that. It's pretty strong. That's 80, 87, 33, 110, 20 miles per hour shear. Yep. So we still have a tornado, looks like, on the ground for this one. And again, it's just this. It's over dirt. No homes, no nothing, no farmhouse, literally nothing. Thank goodness. That might be a little barn up here, storage barn. And that's it. Nothing there either. Okay. Good deal. All right. Go back to where I was. For tomorrow, that's what we're doing. Okay, so I want to look at where the boundaries are going to be. So the boundaries are important for tomorrow, for regeneration, for storms, to see if there's a tornado potential, enhanced one. Okay, so you see where this 4 o'clock is. You say I have a easterly wind. So these little barbs here, east wind, southeast wind like this, and then here you have due south that comes in here. Okay, so there's your convergence. Think of like a mini cold front, for example. So if you plot your forecast sounding along that boundary, what you get is almost basically no cap at all, right? So you are free to convect. Your LCLs are down here at the very lower end, plenty of shear because you're on that boundary, and it's off the races for instability. Your shear is very uniform, so it's a solid 30, 35 knots some cases. You're going to have a surface wind, kind of the east, almost an east surface wind. So your winds turn around from the almost 150 degrees of turning. So that's a lot of rotation. And if you get a storm that rides the boundary, not only can you get, of course, they'll get big hail for big storms anyway, but with big Cape values up around 5,000 joules, you can get a significant tornado, so a strong tornado in that aspect. So it's important to know where this boundary ends up being for tomorrow after tonight's rain events for the storms. And then you have your little low here. This is your meso low / I'd call it a triple point, but it looks like the dry line had a tough time forming. It kind of stretches something like this, but it's pretty lame. But yeah, so that's our pattern for tomorrow. So these can be tricky. Sometimes you don't know the exact position of the boundaries until the day of the event. Prior runs can kind of hint at them. The Texas Tech WRF we looked at earlier this morning, its boundary was like this. So it had supercell storms riding the boundary, coming in right in Oklahoma City, right? So obviously you wouldn't want a tornado to ride that boundary in Oklahoma City. It'd be a bad deal. But today, the 4 kilometer NAM puts it up here. Now, could it be back here? Sure could. Could it be down here? Yeah. Could it stay up here? Sure. More than likely, though, it's going to be somewhere in this area of central Oklahoma, just based off the model data. So anyway, so that's the NAM for tomorrow. So you have to watch that carefully. Let's see, and then what happens after that? And those big storms come in, and it's all over with after that. Okay, so let's go with the HER says. So the HER still has what's left of the boundary right about here. If you notice, that's at noon. And then it kind of washes it out. At 6 o'clock, it really washes it out. So we've lost it. Now, in reality, sometimes you never do really wash out these boundaries completely. So there's still a little vorticity left over. So again, any storms could feed off of that. But it's better to have more of a solid representation of that in the data than it be more diffuse, if you're looking for a supercell to ride along that situation. Otherwise, dryline on this particular model is set up better out here in Panhandle region. Of course, they developed storms on the dry line. Nothing here along this what was once a boundary. They even do it on the because it completely washes the boundary out. That's why. Okay, let me see what else we got. We got these guys. Let's see what they think. There's that boundary for tomorrow, right over Oklahoma City in the morning. Retreats to the north, 2-3 o'clock. So basically from Tulsa, just south of Tulsa, Muskogee, Guthrie to Enid. So very similar to the NAM. Very, very identical look, and of course, same issue. Severely rotating wind profile and uncapped atmosphere. So massive hailstones and tornado off the charts when that happens. You can get big tornadoes in that case. Just matter of fact, most of the EF5s I've ever seen, in my limited view of them, they've had boundary interactions. So I'm not saying that we're going to have one. I'm just saying that those boundaries can really help to aid intensification. So that's why I always watch them. But everybody else watches them too. Weather Service, Storm Protection Center. They'll make mention of it. Somewhere wherever the boundary lies will be an enhanced area for, storms to take advantage of. Okay, which one did I do? Alright, that one washes it out. And then just has the dry line kicking stuff off in the afternoon. And out here, same idea, same stuff. Hail, wind, and tornado. Alright, let's go to this one. So there's at 4 or 5 o'clock, there's a hint of that boundary. So we shall see if that becomes a factor. If the cap's weak enough and there's enough convergence in heating, etc., etc. So expect some overnight rain and storms in northern, northeastern Oklahoma, back building into Oklahoma City toward the daybreak hours, and falling apart by noon, and then redevelopment out in western Oklahoma, and that stuff moves east overnight, and then wild card would be that boundary if it gets going. Alright, I think that's enough for the short-term forecast for tomorrow. Let's go back to this tornado tornado on the ground out here. Has not moved. East Road 1830 and 2350 I think it is. And people are saying it was I think they said a wedge tornado wrapped in rain. But you can see where it is. It's over just nothing. It's over dirt. So if I have kind of a lackadaisical, nonchalant attitude, if I see something over dirt, most certainly that's the best place for them. So let's see here. Still has a nice debris ball, so it is kicking up a lot of the dirt, and there's some trees there in that little riverbed. So it's got trees and dirt. So that's probably a pretty significant tornado, actually, as far as like size and strength. So probability of a tornado on this one is 83%. It's the highest it's been all day. And let's see what the wording is. Moving to the east at 10, still has some decent sized hail. Tornado warning continues for south central Comanche County, west central Cotton County, east central Tillman County. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 3 miles northeast of Hollister, moving east at 10. Chattanooga, Faxon, Hollister, and Loveland are all in the path of the storm itself on its very slow movement. But again, we've tracked the tornado so far over just open land. Hopefully that will continue until it dissipates. But if you are in that vicinity of these intersections, which don't see anybody, but if you are, make sure you're in your shelters. Let's take a look and see upstairs. So I want to do, we're going to look at it 2 different ways. So this is the debris signature, the blue we talk about. So at the ground level, we see the blue, right? So that means we've hit something that's not raindrops. That's what the radar is detecting. Now, the strength of the tornado indicates how high that debris goes up, as well as probably the type of debris, meaning dirt. I don't think it's going to get very far without them being contaminated by raindrops, etc., and then maybe becomes harder to determine after that. But regardless, the height only goes up a couple thousand feet. Usually when you do see debris from a significant destructive element of property, etc., you'll see the debris go up to 10, 15, 20,000 feet that looks like this. So we don't have that here. It's all down here at the surface. But again, we didn't have much, right? Just dirt and then a few trees that were there, and that's all. But it is a signature, and it does confirm a nighttime tornado, which we often can't see, right, due to the limitations, especially if they're rain wrapped. That makes it even harder. So that's our look at it in a 2-dimensional plane. Let's look at it at a 3-dimensional. So remember I told you about hail? There's not much hail in this one as far as the big hail goes. Just a few little tiny areas of pink, and that's it. Let's take a look at the rotation with this one. Let's increase this. So there is our tornado. So the circulation center of this is up around to 20,000 feet for the rotating column. So now the tornado itself can be a little less than that, or it could actually spin all the way up into that top column here, 20,000 feet, but it doesn't go above that. So that is where we're tracking. So the whole thing is under a rotating column, the whole mesocyclone, and your tornado part could stop. You know, the twisting part of it, element of it, could be in the 10,000 foot area, or it may snake up here. Stronger the tornadoes are, the higher they would go, and the bigger they would look here on this product, and the stronger they would look. If I wipe it down, there is a white center. So if I get the white center as a rotation center, it's about 10,000 feet. So that's probably what this one is. So again, it's another cool tool we can use on radar meteorology just to verify what's happening. So storm chaser somewhere in this area does indicate a large rain-wrapped tornado. So this thing has drifted kind of north. So if you're in Loveland, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 miles to your north. It came out of Hollister and just kind of went like this.
Okay, that's good.
So there's no threat to you guys in Loveland or Hollister. And there hasn't been actually a threat to anyone, thank goodness, for a long time. So it continues on its track. It might be a farmhouse there. I hope not. That's the only thing I see. There's a farmhouse several miles down here, looks like. And and that it may not be a farmhouse. It looks like it might be, so it's still not confirmed because this isn't the clearest mapping resolution when you get that close. Sometimes it's a little hard to see. I can try this guy, see if he's got a different look. Where is my data? Yeah, this is a little better to see. So that one is a farmhouse. So hopefully they're in their shelters, or not even there. Hopefully they went somewhere else to seek shelter. And that is on North Road 2360. And that's a mile north of 1830 and 1 mile south of 5. Let's see, outside of that, this was the only other what looked like that might be a residence, and it's not, it's just a little shed with storage. And that's it. So, at least in the short term. Probability of a tornado is at 84%, so still holding strong. East at 9. Wind speeds on this 84 miles per hour inbound, 100 miles per hour outbound. And that is a decent height. 13,000 feet on that one. Let's go this way. So the height is 10,000 feet on the TVS. That's what I was trying to get at earlier. I was doing that vertical look to it. So the probability is going to be 73% of an EF2. I did have a probability of a 49% for an EF3. At 10,000 feet. So we said 10,000 feet, and we'll use V rotation of 60 knots. So that's going to be in this little area of red. That's an EF3. We can look on here. So 60 knots for 10,000 feet puts it in the strong EF2 / weak EF3. So by doing Doppler radar analysis on the fly, we can estimate the wind speeds. So this would be an EF2 to EF3 tornado based off of what we measured here. So this has gone up. This V rotation is up around 93 knots. So now is a well-defined EF3. Let's see here. Back to 84 knots. The height is 3,500 feet. All right, this is 96 miles per hour. 96 miles per hour, and this is 104 miles per hour. So that's 200 miles per hour of shear. That is a very strong tornado. The only good news I had about this whole thing is that for the last few minutes, well, last 10 minutes, it was just over dirt. It wasn't over anything. Hoping it dissipates obviously before that changes. It's moving so slow. Hopefully it'll fall apart before it gets into any other populated area. Let's see. It's 1,500 feet. So 82 knots. So EF3. Let's do another look at this. Yeah, 20,000 feet for this column. There's your tornado. Yeah, so 20,000 feet is the height. Yeah, that debris ball signature still is at the ground level. Let's see. This kicked up a little more, up around 5,000 feet, maybe 4,000 feet. So weather source mentioned that the capping environment that the storm is going into should eventually weaken it. But until that starts to happen, we got to deal with these now 2 tornadoes, looks like. Loveland, be in your shelters. Looks like a anticyclonic tornado has developed. Yep, just developed last scan right here. That's on 1 mile outside of town on 2370 and North Road of 1880. So you're already in your shelters, but stay in your shelters for that one. Movement is currently just to the southeast. It's actually not even in the warning polygon. So it's outside of the tornado warned polygon. Weather Service may issue another to kind of cover that. I don't know what they'll do with it. This one here, still going. Still has debris damage from the road, from the dirt. It's just, like I said, just little bushes. The tornado's on that little pink icon, and over here was the farmhouse. So it's staying away from the farmhouse at this point. Right now, it's just been over this land. Phew. just hope they're not home. It'd be frustrating also in this particular environment because normally, if you were to go south to get away from this thunderstorm, for example, you would run into whatever was going on down here east of Loveland. So it's one of those deals where sometimes the atmosphere is just a little chaotic. Usually, though, moving east, if you were to outrun it, this thing's only moving at 5-10 miles per hour half the time, so you could easily just go east and just get out of Dodge. But you always kind of have to keep, radar handy just in case something else were to spin up like this guy here, because you have to know your bearings and where you're going. And the bottom line is find a better shelter if you don't have adequate shelter. If you have adequate shelter, you're fine. All right, let me see here. Wind speeds, that's 108 miles per hour. It's 114. And this is up around 76 knots. So still up around a lower end EF3. Now it does have the height of that a lot lower now. It's weakening, so that's good. It continues to weaken quickly. So, let's just hope it's gone for good. All right, so the other tornado that was southeast of Loveland, the little anticyclonic thing, it's falling apart. It didn't really do much, didn't last long. Still is a teeny tiny little bit of gate to gate, but we're talking about 40-50 miles per hour total. So it'd be a F0, EF0 at best. It is heading toward Granfield, or at least north of you guys, by about 3 miles. So there is a new tornado warning now for you, but obviously moving fairly slow. Let's see, movement to the, let's see, west central Cotton County, southwest Oklahoma, southeastern Tillman, till 11 o'clock. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Loveland, moving east at 10, kind of east-southeast actually. Garfield, Duval, and Loveland are the communities involved for the storm itself. Now, what's going to happen here probably is we'll probably get something else spin up on this front edge. There's where this little blue is. The wind is increasing there, so you might get a little eddy that spins up and then gets wrapped up in here for a little circulation. Let me see if there's anything else. I'm focused on that. Nope, all that stuff's good. So that's it. It's the only issue to deal with right now as far as traumatic stuff. All right. Okay, so it has completely died out. Gone. Phew. Man. Oh, and there's that hook for the new one we talked about forming down here. So those are our double tornado warnings. This is that little anticyclonic guy around the little deep Red Creek stream. coming up on North Road 2380. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4 miles northwest of Granville. And then our other tornado's gone. It lifted. Now, it won't be able to get rated as an EF2 or 3 because there was nothing out there other than the dirt and a few trees. Unless they find some trees that are debarked or something, but that would be super strong, so they might be able to find something else out there to rate it. But the Doppler weather radar, the wind field was quite high. Alright, so there's our gate-to-gate shear on an anticyclonic tornado, which is odd. You don't get those that often, and when you do, they're usually not that strong. So let's go see what that ends up measuring. Okay. That gives us a stout EF1 tornado. So an EF1 anticyclonic tornado. And once again, thank goodness, nothing. It's over just dirt. And there's a lot of dirt between that thing and Granville. That northern one is still dissipated completely. Not even a leftover circulation. It's just gone. Let's go take a look at the height of that. So there at one point, that debris was lofted up around 8,000 feet right before its demise. And interesting enough, in that column where you had the debris, the blue, you didn't have any reflectivity, like raindrop wise. It was like a little hole where DBZ values went down into the toilet, almost like a little eye of the storm, so to speak. A column where there was really no raindrops, and the debris, which is dry, would get detected a little bit better in that column. Strange. Alright, so our little EF1 tornado, anticyclonic tornado, is now on the downward trend. So one more scan, it might just disappear. And then that would be it for the time being. Oh, nope, I take that back. So here in Tillman County, somebody's reporting a new tornado on top of the radar site. So that's from somebody witnessing something. And unfortunately, we can't see it because it's on top of us. We're in the cone of silence. So it's at the airport again. Remember, the radar is a dish that goes out like this, and it scans up and down. So, you know, tilts up, but it can't tilt up like a bird bath or catch all the rain, right? So it stops at about 60 degrees or so on elevation. So you can't see in this section of the sky. So if you can't see up here, well, you can't see the tornado on top of you. So regardless, with this, that means Frederick, here in Tillman County, just southeast of you, is a developing tornado or potential tornado. So just stay in your shelters in case it does some kind of weird movement. Same thing for you, Hollister. Just in case it has some weird movement. Right now it's moving to the southeast, it would appear. So they're seeing a lowering over the airport and radar site. And so they're sounding the sirens in Frederick for that. So it is to your southeast, and it is moving southeast. So in Frederick, you should be okay. But just in case it does something goofy, like a little dance in a circle, so get in your shelters for that. Okay, so our little storm out here that had weakened there has re-intensified back to its west. All right, I believe this thing updated. No, that's an older one. We'll read the warning for the Frederick one. That one's new. Moving southeast at 12. Warning until 11 o'clock. Tornado warning until southeastern Tillman County, northwestern Wichita, east central Wilbarger. Let's see here. Frederick and Hollister is only two major communities. So stay in your shelters if you live in that area again. So wind speeds on this guy here is 63 miles per hour inbound and 56 outbound. So about 110 miles per hour shear. Well, the new one came in even stronger. There's 69 and 59, 62. So 130 miles per hour shear. That is a stout EF1 tornado for sure. Hasn't moved anywhere though. It actually retrograded. So Granfield, if you've been watching it, it was a mile closer. The other one was a mile closer to you. This one's back a mile. Right over North Road 2370. Probability of a tornado is at 67%. Well, it's already producing one, but staying up there. All right, so this guy here. So its circulation, for whatever is occurring at the airport and radar, it's right overhead, so we can't see it. But that's where the little hook echo would be. so 2 tornado warned storms. Man, it even increased even more. That is now a borderline EF2 tornado. And it has quite a debris ball signature, actually. Look at that. The last 3 frames. That one, and that one expanded. You see what it's picking up, though, right? Some trees here. Some dust. I hope that's not a farmhouse. I can't tell in that image. That's the only thing I see in the immediate area. And it's a little east of there. Let's see, shift. I don't see anything out here. Just ponds. Okay, there's something here. Looks like a barn. A cow cow trough. Okay, so I don't see any houses. No farmhouses. No nothing. But it's a strong tornado, though. All right, it's got a big debris ball with it. Let's take a look at this one. I may not have... I don't know where that is. Let's try this again. Oh, this data is really old, that's why. I was like, what is going on? Yeah, I even had a debris ball a little earlier, going up 8,000 feet. Just so these, debris up to 10,000 feet with anticyclonic tornado, indicative of strong damaging potential. It's from the Weather Service. So they're doing what I'm doing, taking a look at it vertically. Sometimes, unfortunately, these three-dimensional type products are a little delayed, so they're not made every scan like these others at 1 or 2 minutes updates. We'll do it this way also. So not much of a hail core. Yeah, because this is 7 minutes ago, this particular three-dimensional view. But there's our column, 20,000 feet for the rotation column. Still a very strong EF2, maybe even a weak EF3. I've never seen an anticyclonic tornado that was an EF3. So if it's 10,000 feet with a V rotation of 70 knots, 79, it's 10,000 feet. Then it's a strong EF2, weak EF3. Yep. Fits our table. Oh, new tornado over here. Right along Highway 36 and East Road 1890. So it's our second tornado. And our old circulation over here, it's got a lot of wind with it, up around 80 miles per hour, getting caught up on the inbound. So you might get another spin up in this area too. We'll see. But for right now, these are the two. This one's brand new. This other guy. Let's see here. It's not producing my 3D products. All right, well, let's do it this way. Yeah, both sides of that. It's turning into one large tornado again, I think. This new circulation, I think that's what that'll do. We'll see. Let me go back to CC. So the CC is up to, that's 3,000 feet there. This one's 4,000 feet. This one is 7,000 feet. And that is 9,000 feet. And that's 11,000 feet. 14,000 feet. Alright, so debris lofted up to 15,000 feet. That is a strong tornado considering there wasn't much to pick up. So emergency management in that area will be doing some overnight damage assessment. As far as what was happening over the radar earlier, looks like nothing came of that, unless it's just still sitting on top and we can't see anything. Let me look at the reflectivity. No, it moved off. Okay, good. Yeah, there's the hook echo moving by. It did. The hook echo went right overhead. And now it's down here and there's no rotation with it at all. Okay, that's good. Finally, some good news. All right, and this is actually dying down. This guy here and here for now, so we'll see. Hold that thought. All right. Okay, so our little circulation center is still there, both of them. Much weaker than what they were before. And then this little guy here is going to try to do something probably. We'll see. It's got a lot of wind over there. I wonder if my... No, I never did update. I'll be... wonder what happened. Anyway, let's do... So probability of a tornado is still a 75%, 81% now. It's combined both storms. Still the only storm here, in southern part of the state. Let me go back up here to the north. This one was supposed to be up there. What happened? Let's go back up here. All right, just a quick look at these storms. Make sure they're still fine. Yes, yes. This is a monster storm. That's some big hail, 2.5 inches. Osage, big storm there. All right, so only one of any significance really is this Ponca City one. It's got big hail in it, man. That's 30,000 feet hail core. Storm is almost 60,000 feet tops, so yeah, it's just a big hail maker up there. Rotation wise, for tornadic stuff, nothing. So you guys can rest a little easy up in this part of the state, but just dealing with a lot of heavy rain, flooding rains, lightning, hail, probably pockets of damaging wind. Standard stuff. All right, back down here in southern Oklahoma. So looks like Weather Service went ahead and issued a warning, proactive, for this batch of wind that was coming back in a more of a convergence. Oh, let's see. It's more or less just straight line winds of 70 plus miles per hour. There's some up here close to 80, unless those are artifacts. They might be. That's 75. And these are 82, 85, so oh wow. 92 miles per hour. Are you serious? Whew. That's a little loft. It's about 1,700 feet. But that's just an intake of this storm. Even down here on the right, same thing. Intake on this storm is up around 100 miles per hour at 3,000 feet elevation. And here's the center of your mesocyclone. So it's still strong. It's still trying to wrap up. Yeah, I think it's strengthening again. Oh, let's see. Honestly, there's still... Okay, it's about... This scan is about 10 minutes ago. Okay, good. About 6. Otherwise, we still had a rotation signature at what time? 1,300 feet. But that's weakened. All right, 41. Let's see what this looks like. All right, these are a little patch of wind east of Hollister around Road 2340, running north and south on 1870, 1860. It's up around 60, 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. Probability of a tornado is at 81%. Alright, this is our old circulation area here, which at the surface doesn't look like much. And if I go aloft, all of a sudden it looks like a lot. This is 100 mile per hour winds. Let's do this. Radar control. That is at 2,900 feet elevation. Some big wind. Let's go. So with that kind of wind at mid-levels of the atmosphere, you still have to keep an eye on it. Okay, let's go over here closer to what this mess is. I don't know if that's a baby tornado or not. Oh, let's go find out. So this is why I kind of just only cover tornadic storms. I don't cover standard hail and wind unless they're of a severe magnitude. Because I'd kill myself from just not having any sleep or doing anything else. It just this time of the year it can really run you down fast. So since I don't have a team where we can all just take shifts and trade off, I try to keep my sanity. I just kind of keep it to covering tornadoes only. Alright, these things are getting close to being out of the state. They're also haven't done anything here in the last 10 minutes or so, 15. They're still meaning official warnings, but as far as any confirmations and or damage or anything like that, don't have any, don't see any. So it's good. So if you're underneath the warning, just stay put. So there's a spotter in Granfield. Looking east, and he thinks he sees a lowering. Well, that'd be this area here, and then the leftover area was back here, east of Granfield. see. Is this a vehicle stranded from street flooding coming out of Frederick on the highway? So cross street of 2290 and Highway 5. So a lot of broad, strong circulation within this region again, north of Duval. Let me see here. Reflectivity, structural wise. Let's play this out. All right, so a big outflow boundary from this main storm, which has prevented this back end storm from producing a tornado. It kind of cut off its inflow, looks like. So this back end storm, even though it has a tornado warning on it, is going to struggle because of that fact. It would have to return its inflow, and I just don't see it happening. Meanwhile, this front edge storm, it still has a good solid inflow opportunity for it being the front end. So I think the front end has a better chance at trying to produce another tornado than the back end does. So that's my thoughts. Here's our little area of circulation. Starting to get a little better organized. Weather Service just issued a new warning on it. So they're doing a good job tonight. They're on it. I got no complaints. All right, let's take a look at the new warning. My brain stopped there for a minute. So Ranlet is the only town, the immediate path after Duval. Now it depends, of course, on the eventual movement. Let me see here. Which way was this moving? It was moving kind of east. East-southeast. Alright, so east-southeast would take it to Ranlet. But I wouldn't trust it because these things have been nuts tonight. So Duval, make sure you're in your shelters. Alright, so movement. We'll see what it says. Let's move this over here. Southeast at 13. Tornado warning for southwestern Cotton County, eastern Tillman, northeastern Wichita County. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Duval, moving southeast at 15. Burke, Burnett, Granville, Ranlet, and Duval, including Interstate 44 between mile markers 0 and 12. I like when they do the interstates with the mile markers. That helps out for those that are traveling the road and they're just watching the broadcast, right? And they can see what mile marker they're at and go, oh, that's not a good mile marker to be at. He just said so. So, let's see here. So that's a lot of wind with this guy. Just straight line winds, though. Let's see. It's still inflow winds, too. Man, there's the shear tonight. It's nuts. It's 70 miles per hour. These storms are just packing a punch tonight. Alright, so this is our broad circulation feature. Hasn't tightened up yet. Let me look upstairs. Okay, stronger. Stronger. So it's mostly low level. This is around County Road East 1920 and 2480. Let me see if we got any 3D action lately. Oh, we do finally. Okay, good. So, rotation characteristics, which is what I wanted. Oh, that's 10 minutes ago. Oh, it's lame. It does me no good. Never mind. There are power poles down on County Road 184 and 54. I don't know if that's back here in this wind. Yeah, there's 183. There's 184. And then I just don't know where 54 is, but I'm assuming it's in this vicinity. Oops. All right. I think we're transitioning to this multicellular hybrid entity. So it should be reducing this tornado risk. So I have not seen that little mid-level rotation tighten up. Wow, man, it's really good here at 5,000 feet, though. So from 5,000 feet to about 9,000. It's a strong mesocyclone there. And it broadens here at 4,000. And it's broad and then weak at the surface at 1,400 feet. So it's rotating to beat the band about 2,000 feet up, but not the lowest levels where it matters. So that's good. Since we can't do a three-dimensional view, you got to think of it this way. There's our surface tilt. Next tilt up. So this is our rotation tracker. All right, starting to show up a little bit. There's the next tilt up. Okay. There's the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and then disappears. So you can imagine then we have our little tube underneath this little area of colors. All right, so really the only, what is this? Is this a new one? No. That's that old one. So that one never did anything. That's right. That's the one that went way down here. It was behind the gust front. So yeah, so this, none of these are anything to worry about except for this one. If it can get its act together at the lowest level. And right now it can't. Let's see, this is at 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet right here, and it's spinning like crazy. It's still about a mile, over a mile though, to close the gap. But the surface is like a gentle breeze. Oh, really? All right. So Weather Service is saying, well, we'll just continue to monitor this in case something happens quickly, because right now we don't see anything. And the next line is, emergency manager says, there's a tornado on the ground north of Duval. I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, it doesn't show in the lower data. Like here it shows, like, there's a really good circulation within a mile, but that's at 3,000 feet. But you go to 2,000 and 1,000, you got nothing. And then there's a tornado there. I'm just like, oh, that's painful. Now, of course, it's nighttime, and we're just assuming that that's an accurate report, that they see what they think they're seeing. And your mind can play tricks on you. You're looking for lightning flashes, so there's still a little room for error there. But, So anyway, if you're in town Duval, you still got to stay in your shelters anyways. You're still under the warning. It is 1, 2, 3 miles north. County Road 1920 and 2470. I guess I read these county roads wrong. I guess everybody truncates the 0, and they just say 247. So maybe I should start doing that. 247, 193. But if that's how they wanted, they shouldn't have put the 0 on there. That would be my counter argument. Alright, this is a hodgepodge of just random circulations all in this line here. From southeast of Duval to the border, across 70, up north on County Road 248 for 10 miles. None of them stick out though as anything crazy. Oh, what is that? You're gonna be kidding me. Well, that's why you got the tornado. 5,000 feet. Oh, that thing was nuts. And then it's gone, just like that. But yet it didn't show at the lowest level. Wow. Yeah, that's another version of it at 9,000 feet. Yeah, really strong. All right. What's happening here? No, come on. Okay, so all this is gusted out. This outflow boundary is way ahead of them. See this darker green line? Put my arrow back on. Alright, so this is our outflow boundary that trails like this. So it cuts off the inflow to all this stuff. So even though this had some really crazy good mid-level circulation, 2, 3, 4,000 feet, we weren't seeing anything at the surface. That's because of this thing. Now, ironically, despite that, apparently we're able to squeeze in a little baby tornado in there briefly around Duval. Now, there wasn't anything on radar at the lowest level, so I can't, verify it on radar. Unless it's something like this, so lame, on the data that it's just like, really? That's a tornado? If that's the case, and that's one, and that's one. We usually look for something way stronger than that. But out ahead of it, this first little storm here has this nice little convergence here around Comanche that has developed here in the last couple of frames. So this might be a developing situation here. So we shall see. Yeah, none of these are at all impressive. Absolutely none of them. Because again, the outflow boundary is like this, and all the storms are back in here behind it. So they're all riding on top of a kind of a cold pool, so to speak, a little bit stable. Alright, so Weather Service looks like they're going to issue a tornado warning for this Comanche one. Southern Stevens? Yeah, they are. Yep, sure, why not? They do mention the cold pool from Southwest Oklahoma supercells has surged ahead of the storms by almost a county, leaving them with their own cold air. How about that? Normally that would end the tornado risk. Yeah, but given how strong these updrafts are, there's still a potential for them to continue to produce tornadoes over the next hour. With that said, the significant tornado threat does seem to be decreasing. This does not apply to the Stevens County storm, which we are now about to issue a warning on. Alright, so you guys in Comanche be in your shelters. Right now the circulation is northeast of town by about 1.5 miles north of 43 on County Road 2836. So that's east of 81 and 53. Or east of 81, a little north of 53. So there is the official tornado warning. So let's go check it out. Loco comes in at 11:57. Movement to the east at probably east-southeast at 18 miles per hour. Just about everything's about roughly 15 miles per hour, it seems like. And the wording on this is tornado warning issued for north central Jefferson County in southern Oklahoma and southern Stevens County in southern Oklahoma till 11:45. And Comanche and Loco in the path. Let's see what upstairs looks like. A little bit stronger there, a little stronger there, a little stronger there. Yeah, it's a little early, but staying on top of it. Now, if I had recalled the model data, this stuff evaporated by the time it got to I-35. And of course they were off by a couple of hours. This was supposed to have already happened by 9 o'clock. So their movement has been a lot slower. But the time frame, or at least the distance, should still be coming to an end in theory. All right, I got nothing on radar wind-wise for any of that stuff. So if there's going to be a low-level tornado here, we won't be able to see it because there are no opposite colors. We would have to go upstairs at higher level tilts to look for some little couplet there and just then assume that it was making it to the surface, and I don't see any of those either, so I see nothing. Good. Let's be done with that. Alright, that means it's just this guy, and right now it's a convergence line, so it's a little broad. You got about 1, 2, 3 miles this way, 5 miles, more of an RFD type deal here. So you have some convergence along this, but nothing that's tightened up yet. Right along Highway 53 and just east of 2836. So this guy here, this little spot here would be the first to try to do something. And if it were to do something, guess what it's over? Trees. Now, in this particular case, there are some farmhouses here in the path, so this one isn't an ideal place to produce a tornado like the others were. This one has more homes in the path. I'm going to look at the northern storms here real quick. Okay, what is that? There we go. These are all outflow, way behind the outflow. This is the outflow right here. So I can say they're just rainmakers. Hail, wind, and lightning. Alright, so those will continue. Let's close that. So if you're in Comanche, you're fine. You can still stay in your shelters, but the storm is to your east. Oh, man. So basically, I'm just going to watch this for a few more minutes, and if it does not ramp up to produce a tornado, then I will be signing off so that I can go eat, shower, get ready for work tomorrow. You know, the usual. Let's see here. This is really strange. Okay, they're updated. so I need to delete that one and that one. So that takes me to the live. Ugh. So I have to fix that. It's always something. Ooh, they're down 13%. So these storms up here are still well north of the outflow boundaries, so numerous boundaries looks like. It's like 3 different outflow boundaries. 1, 2, and 3. So these are all pulling in cold pull air. It's a 5-degree difference. Dew point's 4 degrees lower, temperature's 5 degrees cooler. And it's out of the northeast. So these storms couldn't produce a tornado if they wanted to. And they're always going to be borderline severe with hail because that's all they can do. I just saw a closed captioning of just some really stupid verbiage over that, hyping it up. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So I started laughing. So I was like, okay, dude. Whatever, man. Alright, Southwest Oklahoma. Let's see here. These are not doing anything, thank goodness, but alright, so this is what I'm going to do. Hell, I don't think these are going to produce. They're going to a capped environment anyways, and I think they would have already ramped up by now. Let me see, because this wasn't even a full-blown supercell. This is a cell merger from one and another. Oh, it's got a ways to go to do anything, and it's not doing anything right now. It's upstairs. Even upstairs, it's not doing anything. Okay, good. I think I'm going to call it. All right. I hung in there as long as I could. I gotta get ready for work, and hope this was helpful for you. Thanks for tuning in. Got more storms tomorrow, so probably back on again around 5:30, maybe 6, something like that. Just depends on when I get home from work, and then do it all over again. All right, guys. Thanks again for watching, liking, sharing the video, all that kind of stuff. Subscribing to the channel, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever it may be. That way you can keep getting live content when I do go live for tornado coverage, and then give you the most accurate forecast you'll ever find anywhere you go. That's it for me. It's time to go to sleep. You guys be good down there in southern Oklahoma. Keep my weather app handy. AT's Weather to Go, Apple, Google Play. It's free. Your no weather radios, all that kind of stuff. So that if this storm were to produce a tornado down here west of Loco, that you're should be already in your shelters anyway, but Ringling, Hilton, Wilson, Fox, or all the way down here in southern Oklahoma, that you at least get the notification. You can just rest easy right now that this storm has not produced a tornado this far, and it may not. We'll see. It's going into an environment that's becoming less and less favorable minute by minute as we get closer and closer to midnight. So that's what I got here for you. All right. You guys be good. Thanks again. Sleep well. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.